Good morning, afternoon, evening, depends on where you're from. Welcome to another LoreLink stream. Today, we're really excited to bring you the One Ring. We're going to do an actual play session of the One Ring that we have been working on planning. So this is a Conspiracy Most Cracked. This is straight out of the boxed set of the One Ring second edition. So really excited to be able to bring this to you in a live play situation. We have with us 5 special guests. So I'd like to thank everyone for being here. We have 20, Luna, Ben, Wolfmom, and Mark. So thank you all for being here and subjecting yourselves to this. You should be live on the air. You're welcome to say hi at any point.
Hi, I'm special.
Hi at any point.
Wow, it's going to be that kind of day. I see how it is. You also should be able to see the die rolls showing up, so that's perfect. Looks like we are in good shape. So, because we're playing the One Ring, I want to give a quick little introduction to what this is going to look like. I'm going to start by pulling up, I will just at random, I'll pick up Luna's character here. Everybody's going to have a Hobbit character that they're playing. They're going to have a set of skills and abilities. So in general, the way the system works, if I ask you to do something and there's no particular penalty to failure or there's no risk involved, you don't necessarily need to roll. You just need to tell me what skill you're using, and at least so long as you have some level of capability, you're good, right? We don't necessarily need to do a roll. If I do ask you for a roll, what you're going to do in general is roll a d12 and one 6-sided die, 1d6, for every point you have in that skill. So, for example, looking at Lobella, which is Luna's character, I see that Lobella has an insight rating of 2. So if I ask for an insight roll, Luna would give me a d12 and 2d6, just like that. Perfect, Luna. Thank you for demonstrating. And you're going to total those all up. That would be a 7. The target value would be based upon the fact that insight is one of the heart skills. And so we would be looking for a target of 12. So you would need to hit a 12 or higher in order for that to be a success, so that 7 would have been a failure. Now, because insight is bold here, this is actually one of your favored skills. In that case, you would actually roll 2d12, pick the higher number, and add that to the 2d6 rolls that you made. And so that is how those bold ones work. Those are the ones that get, essentially it's advantage. It's fortune or favor is what it's called. You have favor and ill favor. If things are really unlucky, you might end up with ill favor, which is similar to the disadvantage, where you would roll 2 and take the lesser number. Worth noting that if you're here in 3D dice, you actually can check the advantage or disadvantage button. So that's kind of built in to the roll. So for example, I'm going to click here. I'm going to do this with advantage and roll. And it correctly is going to pick only the highest number d12 along with the other values. Nope. Yeah. So that looks good. So there's the die rolling. The skills, I think that's probably pretty good. Does anybody have a specific question about the system? The setting, of course, is Middle Earth and the Shire.
You may have to repeat a lot of that for me. I'm sorry.
No,
As we
no,
go, I mean.
no, that's totally fine. So if you're curious, the timing of the setting is between the events of The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, set in Middle Earth. I would argue that the mechanics of the system are largely modeled after things that happen in The Lord of the Rings. Like there's just a lot of pieces about the way travel works and combat, and the fact that you can have a council session, stuff like that. It's really comes out of Lord of the Rings, but I would argue that the vibe of the game is a lot more modeled after The Hobbit in many ways, and the types of things that happen there. All right, yeah. So that's the basic background.
I have
And
one other question.
of course,
What is the game master referred to as in this system?
oh, that is a great question here. I believe that it is, oh boy, Lore Master. That's what I thought, but yes, it is Lore Master in this game.
Okay, thank you.
So I will be the Lore Master. You will be the players. Everybody has their own character. Yeah, actually, let me, before we get started into the session, let's go in the order you are on stream, left to right. Just introduce yourself really quickly and the name of your character, so that everybody can kind of associate your voice with your character a little bit. I'll go ahead and jump in really quickly. Again, my name is Michael Dowden. I'm here representing LoreLink, and I'm going to be the lore master for this game. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm really happy to have you all here. And with that, 20.
Hello. My name is 20. My pronouns are she, her. I am playing Rorimac Brandybuck, whose pronouns are he, him.
Right, and I'm absolutely paying attention to what's going on right now, I promise. Thanks, 20. My name is Luna. My pronouns are they, she. I am playing Lobelia Bracegirdle, one day to become Lobelia Sackville Baggins, but not quite yet. And her pronouns are she, her. But not quite yet. And her pronouns.
I will go ahead and go next. I am Mark Delacroix, often found here on the stream, but today I'm playing. Yay, very exciting. And I will be taking the role of one Drow Baggins. Basically, who will someday marry the wonderful and great. Basically, the name's got cut off. What is her name? I can't believe. I'm a terrible fan. There we go. Primilla, and have a son, one by the name of Frodo Baggins. So, as long as we don't get on the boat, I'll be fine with anything that happens. And we'll pass it to Ben, just to make the order a little bit more clear.
Ah, okay. I was not sure. Michael said stream order, and I didn't know what that was. Yes, I am Ben. I am playing Paladin Took II, who one day will be the father of Peregrine Took, Tool of a Took. And yeah, happy to be here on stream.
I am Wolf Mom. Pronouns are she, her. I am playing Primula Brandybuck, who apparently will have a fascination with boats that'll get some people into a whole lot of trouble later. So.
For sure. Give me 1 second. I'm messing with the captions really quickly because I just realized that I'm having a hard time getting both of you into, both you all and me into the captions at the same time. 1 second.
I was like, both of whom?
I want you and me to be captioned. And apparently I cannot do that.
if you want everyone to be captured, you need to be capturing the audio which is the stream audio, not an individual source.
Yeah, there we go.
You have it set up.
Hey, let's see. Does this capture me too? Stream audio track 1. Oh, nope, it's doing individual tracks still.
I mean, stream audio track 1, I believe, is what I have mine set to. Because that's
All right.
the full audio, unless you're splitting it to tracks somewhere else.
Yeah, it's picking me up now, but not you anymore.
This is how you know it's live, folks. Not pre-recorded. We're doing
Oh, there it
the
goes.
old way.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. All right. We'll give that a go. I'm not entirely sure what the heck is going on there, but I thought I had that set up correctly, and then it was not showing up. I'm not entirely sure why I have 6 stream audio tracks, so that's fun. Okay, we should be in good shape. We're going to go ahead and jump into this and get started with a conspiracy most cracked. All right, so I have the session set up here, and then we're going to jump into it. We are here in Bag End, meeting with the famous Bilbo Baggins. After quite a long walk under the stars that have come out blazing and bright after an afternoon of heavy rain, you have finally come to the round green door of Bag End, the home of the strange and somewhat famous Bilbo Baggins. Standing there upon the mat, you find yourself surrounded by distant relations. It seems as though Bilbo called for a collection of cousins to join him this evening. Just as one of you is about to ring the bell, the door is pulled open and you see standing in the front hall none other than Master Baggins himself. He offers each of you an energetic greeting and quickly ushers you in with a plethora of welcomes and how-do-you-dos, thank yous, and lovely to see yous. Before you can gather your wits about you, you've been swept into the warm embrace of Bag End and led into the parlor where a lovely fire, fresh mugs of ale, plates of dainties, and several cushioned chairs and sofas offer a much-needed spot of rest and relaxation. Bilbo, a twinkle in his eye, ushers you each into a seat, but takes none for himself. A few moments after you've finished the first plate of food, the obviously excited Master Baggins can no longer contain himself. He places one hand behind his back and another in his vest pocket, standing tall to ensure he has your attention. You are all undoubtedly curious as to why I've called you here this evening? Well, he leans in, the firelight causing the twinkle in his eye to dance merrily. I am hoping you will partake in a little adventure. Nothing so grand as my own, I'm afraid, but in return for your aid, I will provide each of you with a place in my memoirs and a fair share of my eternal gratitude. He grabs a glass of wine off the table and takes a sip, pausing for effect.
Mike, I'd like to draw your attention to Discord chat.
That's weird. One moment, please. That's not correct.
Some of these relations are distant, but not as distant as we'd like.
Oh, now, be nice.
Right? That seems to be better. Sorry about that. OBS has decided to be a pain today, and it completely disconnected my browser from the browser source. You should see what I'm seeing now.
We are, though you may want to resize it.
That's so weird. Okay. I had resized it before we began the stream. All right.
The
Cool.
stream isn't a stream. It doesn't start with several technical difficulties.
Right? And like what kills me is I had made sure everything was connected before we started streaming and had made sure that everything was the right size and it was fine. All right. Sorry for that interruption.
Did you mean to have resized it?
I did, in fact, resize it. What the? Okay.
Good. I watched you resize it, didn't I? There we go.
That was so weird. Okay. I don't know. Well, I think we're back up and running because is it showing when I scroll? It's showing on screen when I scroll. Okay, cool. My apologies. All right, back into character. We just paused for effect. Now I know what you're thinking. There goes old Bilbo again, taking after that wizard Gandalf and sending you hobbits off into the blue. Well, I can assure you it is nothing of the sort. Just a little trip to Michael Delving. And back, of course, to recover what one might call a family heirloom from the Matham house. A map of the Shire supposedly made by the old Took himself, with all sorts of precious annotations. Now I've sent many letters to the custodian, Malvis Slowfoot, asking if I could have it back, even offering fairly generous donations, but for some reason she has provided no replies at all. So, I thought that we needn't tell her or her husband. After all, we're talking about something that belonged to my grandfather, and that would not be out of place here in Bag End. Most of all, we needn't alert that pesky dog that the Slowfoots have to guard the place. Sharp as a tack, that beast, and he sniffs me out every time I've come near. Besides, I know some of you place more value on local gossip than others, and even just being seen at night in the company of mad Baggins might be enough to ruin your reputation forever. But for those of you with spirit, which I know you all have in spades, or I'd have not called you here tonight, won't you aid me on this errand of particular importance, my fellow conspirators? Won't you? And he looks at you expectantly, waiting for an answer.
Lobelia kind of sniffs and says, "You're always looking for an excuse to leave the Shire. You say we are beholden to local gossip. Yes, local. Local for a reason. We're hobbits, not adventurers."
Well, that's why you won't be leaving the Shire. Of course, of course.
Well, we're already going to Mickle Delving. I'm up for it myself.
Very good, very good.
I can't let Rory get into trouble on his own.
Well, I suppose all of you will need someone to keep you in line.
Now, Drogo, he was nice enough to let you propose to me in front of the party tree.
Yes, I was very generous, and basically I am much obliged. But this is a little bit unseemly. You have to do it. I mean, like, I understand the idea behind it all. I mean, it's a perfectly valid idea. I mean, it is Baggins' property after all. I mean, I can't disagree with that. But I mean, stealing? That's I don't know.
No. Reclaiming. There's a distinction.
Been hanging out with that wizard too much.
Rory is busy scowling at Primula, and then says, "Well, listen, I don't mean to be the only one left out, so I'll be going along."
Oh, very well then. Very well. Okay, here. And Bilbo pulls a map seemingly out of nowhere and brushes off the table and lays it out. All right, here is bit more modern map of the Shire and points to a particular route that he has in mind for you. So we need to stay away from prying eyes, of course. We don't want people to know what we're about. So you will head north from Bag End into Overhill, turn west across the country for a few miles. You're going to come down here, cross a shallow point in the water just there. Then after crossing the Bywater Road, you're going to reach the East Road and head west to Waymeet. You'll take the rest in Waymeet, of course. Wouldn't want you to miss your 11sies. For arriving at McEldelving the next day. Sound good? Lovely. With that, please enjoy yourselves. Have a fine, nice rest. There's plenty of spare bedrooms here in Bag End, and I'll send you off with a hearty breakfast first thing in the morning. And
Well, at least we get a decent meal on it.
And with that, you are free to dice or sing or tell stories about the fire or for the rest of the evening. All right. Anything that you want to do today to prepare before you head out the next morning?
Lobelia just shakes her umbrella that she always has with her out and says, "Oh, let's just get on with it then."
Every single time you express disapproval, you hear Bilbo, wherever he is, chuckling.
Bagginses want nothing to do with that family. Foreshadowing.
Again, distant relations.
Right? Right?
I, for myself, will probably. I mean, we're going to need to take food for the journey, and possibly some other food for snacks along the way, and possibly some other food that might be necessary for basically distracting that dog. And so I'm going to see if I can't procure some traveling rations with an eye towards something that might be of interest to an animal.
Okay.
I have 0 in hunting, so I got stuff
fair.
in riddle and stealth and other stuff, so probably could figure something out, right?
Absolutely. Exactly. Ah, there we go.
Oh, interesting. I have a virtue of confidence. I'm going to have to change that. Way of playing this character a little bit. Okay.
I have up on the stream the map that Bilbo had laid out for you with the red dotted line through Waymeet along the East Road. Heading west on the East Road, that's not confusing. All right.
We've got little hobbit legs. That's a long walk.
It's a bit of a walk.
Did you say that map was somewhere?
It's on the stream right now. I can also okay.
Use the product.
Use the product. This is Lorelink. Welcome to Lorelink. It's right. The map is permanently right underneath me, and then an enlarged version of it on the main page there. Make it a little bit easier for everybody to see. All right. With that, we will commence. The next morning, you're aroused bright and early by the smells of bacon and eggs and sausages and fried potatoes. Plenty of fresh bread. You eat your fill before you're pushed out the door and on the road. All right. So, the morning dawns bright and clear, perfect for a nice walk. So you do your little walk around out of Bag End, around Overhill, and you head towards the water. Now, the water is the name of the river running across the Shire. It goes from its source in the hills of Evendim to where it flows into the Brandywine. Little more than a slow rushing stream most of the time. It does eventually resume its eastward course, running parallel to the road connecting Little Delving and Nobital to Hobbiton. Now, when you arrive, however, you realize that with the recent rain, bacon pancakes, that sounds amazing. Anyway, the first obstacle reveals itself as the recent rains have caused this shallow ford Bilbo told you to use to be a bit more treacherous. It's not really going to be a quick walk across the water at this point. You can either try to swim across, you can try to find another location. How would you like to you could try to make yourself a better crossing. How would you like to approach this problem, each of you?
Well, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to try and cross.
Give me an athletics roll there, please.
Okay. I have 1 point in athletics and it's bold. I rolled 2d12, is that right?
2d12, take the higher and include 1d6 with it.
Oh, wait, no. Is that right, or is it 2d6 because it's bold?
Because it's bold, you'll roll 2d12 and take the higher number. And then for every point you have in athletics, you add a d6.
Got it.
That is a 15. So the higher of 9 and 11 plus 4. Is 15 equal to or greater than your strength score?
My strength is 15.
Your strength target number. Okay, cool. So let's really quickly just to pull this up for everyone to see on stream. Strength target number is a 15. So that's the target number. That's exactly what you hit. That is a success. Wait, hold up. That's not a success at all. Let me look at this again. Uh-oh. An 11 is not an 11. So, really quick recap. I have the dice here with me. I have an actual version of the die. See if I can show this on stream for you. The D12, that's the 12 side. It's a Gandalf rune. And then the 11 is the Eye of Sauron. And then you have the numbers 1 through 10. Okay? So an 11 is actually the worst possible result. And that would actually be the Sauron roll. So in this particular case, the best of the two rolls is the 9. But 9 plus 4 is 13. That is not, in fact, success. Unfortunately. Yes, X, that is, in fact, an oh no. So, you start to swim across, at which point you realize that the water is rushing a bit more than you expected. It starts to sweep you downstream. You manage to grab a hold of a passing root and pull yourself back onto the bank that you left, coughing and spluttering and quite soaked.
All right, I'm going to sit here and try and dry off for a minute.
Would anybody else like to do something? Perhaps search for a better option or
Lobelia is a bit of a perceptive hobbit and would like to look around for a better, less soggy way to get across the river.
Very good. Please give me a scan roll.
Okay. So scan is also one of the ones that I have advantage on, it seems.
That is correct. You can't do better
that
than
gives
that
me
short
10.
of rolling a 12. You can roll another d12, so we can take the better number.
Okay.
Okay, the 10 is better. So that was what was the d6? It was a 12. The first roll was a 12. Your wit's target number is a 12. So that 12 was actually a success.
Hooray.
All right. So a successful scan roll allows you to spot a large hollow log on the other side of the water, which could easily bear the weight of a hobbit. But it's on the other side of the water.
Can I explore my Tookish Wayfarer bundle? I might have something that can help us.
Sure, absolutely.
Explorer is 2. I have 2 points in Explorer. My target wits number is 14. So that means I roll 2d12? No, 1d12 and 2d6?
Yes. And what skill are you rolling against?
This is under the wits column.
It's okay.
Explore.
Explore. Okay.
I'm carrying this Tookish Wayfarer bundle, and it says I can explore it on my character sheet.
Okay.
Well, that was not a very good exploration.
It is a very soaked bag.
Well then. Yes. So you're not finding anything particularly useful in your bag, unfortunately. However, let's see. Do any of you? I don't know that any of you have. Do any of you have a bow's skill?
I do have a bow. I was going to ask if that meant that I was carrying a bow.
Sure.
Because it's not listed amongst my equipment.
Yeah,
But
you
if
know.
I could possibly fire a rope into it and
You
tie
could
a rope to
attempt
it.
that. I'm sure you could probably also. You find a hooked piece of wood. One of you is carrying some rope. Feel free to give me. You can give me a bow's roll if you want to try to shoot an arrow into it to snag it. You can give me a craft roll if you want to try to make yourself a makeshift rope and hook. Or if you can come up with a different way that you want to try to get this log across, or want a different approach entirely. Just let me know how you want to approach this.
Well, we'll start with basically. If you want me to make the bow's row, saying
Go for
that
it.
I have a bow, I will go with that, and that is 1d12 plus 2d6. That's under strength, so I'm assuming the target number for that is 15. That's a Gandalf.
That's a Gandalf. That's an automatic success.
Yay!
Well done.
That basically just takes a little bit of thinking, and we can get this done with.
All right, you
So
managed
this
to
is-
shoot a line.
Close to a boat.
So now you all can join together to carefully pull the log across. It takes you a bit of time, but working together, it's not too challenging. And you have retrieved a hollow log and wedged it across the bank so that you can now get across the road. So I don't think there's any reason to make you make a roll to have some. Hobbits are notorious for their balance, so you walk across and are good to go along your way. The only challenge, of course, is that one of you is quite wet. Paladin Took, is there anything you would like to do to get dry before you continue your walk? That's you, Ben.
Yeah. How's the weather right now? It has been raining. Is it sunny? Could I dry anything out in the sun?
Is it sunny? It is a clear day. So a bit of sun. It's still early, but hopefully the day will warm up a bit.
I guess I'm just gonna have to dry out as I walk. At least I can empty out my boots.
All right, so you take a moment, take your boots, pour out the water. Maybe wring out your overcoat a bit and your hat before you proceed along your way.
I mean,
Very good.
We will be stopping for a meal at some point here shortly.
Stop for a quick 11sies.
We are overdue for second breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
That was an excellent shot. I just had to say.
Thank you.
It really was. All right. Yeah, that's the funny thing about the dice is the fact that it's the 11 and the 12 that are the special, not the 1 and the 12, like you might think. So.
I mean, it's 11. It's a double 1. It's even worse.
That's fair. Good point. All right.
I will now be calling it the double 1 for the rest of the game.
So you make it to the East Road, and of course you have to stop for a bite to eat before you continue on the walk. You have quite a good walk on the East Road, with the occasional squelch, squirt from the soggy boots walking next to you. But the sun does get warmer, and you do begin to dry out about the time you reach Waymeet. So let's head to Waymeet. So Waymeet is getting on towards late afternoon. By the time you arrive, it's quite active on this evening. Tables are set outside the Walking Party Inn. They are still quite occupied. It's been fair weather. The daylight is getting a bit longer, and everyone is quite polite, although a bit curious about a crowd of hobbits this far west. Everybody is extremely curious and, of course, asking you questions. Well, what are you doing here? Why are you here this late? You're an odd bunch. What could you be up to? So, assuming you would like to keep your business a secret, you're going to have to come up with a good way to do that. How odd a bunch. Yes. So you can give me any sort of approach you would like to be able to craft your own story, or unless you have your own idea, you can always try to kind of muddle up the story with a good riddle check.
Well, I've got 3 points in riddles, so,
So have I.
willing to try that.
Go for it.
Nice. That looks to be a 16, 18. Wow. Can't imagine that's not a success. There are no 6s on those d6s though, so it is a straight success on your riddle. That's actually, yeah, your target number was a 12, so well done. Okay, so a successful riddle roll means that you are able to answer their questions with surreptitious comments and questions back and things that leave more questions in their mind and fewer answers, but you're able to redirect them without even once accidentally bringing up Baggins or Bag End or anything about your journey. Just leaving questions in their mind. And now that we're here in Waymeet, allow me really quickly to explain a little bit more about this particular location, the Walking Party Inn. So Waymeet is right on the East Road. It's a very popular spot. There's a bit of a crossroads here. It's about as far west as hobbits ever go, and it's a great place to come for shopping and trinkets. But the Walking Party Inn itself is interestingly situated. They have this big outdoor, like open air tap house type of situation. There's a tavern that is a building, but it's almost a beer garden type of situation. And they're trying to really capture the fact that people are here in the square visiting shops. Kind of got that open air tavern Ren Fair vibe going on with all the shops around. It's not uncommon to find a dwarf, every once in a while, maybe even an elf hanging out here. Play some games, maybe some Ninepenny Marl, have a pint, whatever. So you're able to come in, have a pint, but you realize that the place is fairly busy. You manage to avoid letting on as to what your mission is. But lodging for the night is not available. Turns out all the beds here at the Walking Party Inn are taken. There's a group of pipeweed merchants heading through on their way to Longbottom. So you have to ask around looking for a place to stay, and are told to go talk to a local farmer, one Baldo Bunce, who usually has spare room in the stables.
Exciting. Staying in the stables. Proper
It's a
adventure and all that.
little off-putting.
Oh, they're very
I've
nice
left
stables.
I've left my nice, warm, comfortable home to sleep in stables like a horse.
Well,
Nay!
Bilbo, when he was talking about his adventure, they mentioned the fact that he slept in much worse places. Sure, we can stick it. Basically, we can screw ourselves up and basically succumb to sleeping in a stable. It doesn't sound quite as bad. Horses sleep there all the time. They seem quite comfortable with it.
Come now, sister. No one's asking you to give birth in the stable.
Bilbo is one of those types, though, that enjoy these things. And he pulls her shawl a little tighter around her shoulders and says, "I miss my bed at home."
Well,
I'll be back home tomorrow.
Not for the last time.
a stable dry and soft hay is good enough for me.
I will content myself that at least it will be a story at some point. And I can look back on it and hopefully laugh.
So you do go have a conversation with Baldo then?
I will go see if I can prevail upon his hospitality. Such as it is.
Oh yeah, it's not too much trouble to have a bunch of hobbits stay in my stable. Not a problem. I have the softest hay. It's not even straw. It's very good. Nights are warm. Should be fine. But here's the deal. I do need your assistance with something. There's this big angry owl that's been troubling my poor Gertrude. Gertrude's my poor old plow mule, you see. Gertrude just can't get a good night's sleep with that big owl about. So, I'll tell you what. I will pay for your dinner at the Walking Party Inn. If you will take care of that owl, and I'll give you a place to stay on top of it.
Sounds more than fair, I guess.
No problem. How hard can getting rid of an owl be?
Foreshadowing.
We can ask the owl to take us to Mordor.
Wow. That'll do it. That'll
Those
do
are
it. Okay.
eagles.
One does not simply walk there. Flying, I guess, is okay.
He said fly, you fools. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. This is all a joke. This is all rage bait. Everyone calm down.
Oh no.
I'm going to get so many letters.
Yeah, so I forgot to mention Baldo was actually there eating at the tavern at the time. So you met him at the tavern. He pays for your food and then walks with you back to his farm. It's not terribly far. Just a little short ways out of town.
Is Baldo human?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Just about a quarter mile south of Waymeet, he shows you to the barn. Hold on. I'll bring you some nice blankets. And he comes back with a big old bundle of soft blankets, a basket of some leftover bread and some ale. I'm so sorry that I don't have enough space in the house for you, but this should be comfortable, I hope. And you saw his house. I mean, his house was a small cottage, not like a large farmhouse. You're certain there is not room for all of you there, certainly not comfortably. Well, please make yourself comfortable. Come get me if you need anything, but do please have that damned owl gone by the time you leave. Thank you. And just as he's talking, you hear this whoo whoo ring out through the barn, and the mule starts to stir and toss about a bit. So, how would you like to proceed? I can give you some
Well, I've got an
suggestions,
umbrella.
but you've got an umbrella.
I've got
Okay.
an umbrella and 2 points and swords, so I in a very irritated manner, gather up my skirts, holding up my umbrella and say, well, let's just go do this the best way we can and chase the owl off.
You're
Now
going
I'm
to
envisioning.
chase the owl off with a sword.
I might
Okay.
have a better idea, but watching her run off after an owl through the fields with an umbrella is more than worth the time waste.
We shall beat him soundly around the face and feathery ears.
Okay.
Now all I'm envisioning is that scene from Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
So, are you attempting to use your umbrella like a sword, or
Yes.
so you are trying to kind of fight off the? Okay, that's fair.
Yes.
Okay.
And we're holding it two-hander like a frickin' baseball bat, too. We're going Jersey style on this.
Joyzy style.
F me? No, F you, owl.
Okay.
One Hobbit may have invented the game of golf. This Hobbit is going to invent the game of baseball.
Wow. Okay. All right. All right.
I learned from the Hobbit Joe Pesci.
Do your worst.
No.
Give me a roll.
All right, we're going sword roll,
Yep.
or okay. YOLO. Fuck.
Well then, that is not a success.
I didn't say it was a great idea, but it was a funny idea. I'm going
So-
with it.
No.
You hear the owl go as it's up in the rafters and you are down on the ground. A little hobbit down on the ground is two-handedly trying to swing an umbrella up in the air, and the rafters are like 4 feet over the top of your umbrella.
I stand by my decision.
Who else would
I
like
mean,
to
are
have a
there-
try?
Now hold on though. Are there like bales of hay or something in this like area that I can like jump up on and like platform my way to victory?
I mean, there are some bales in the corner, but opposite from where the owl is, so.
How inconvenient.
Okay. Next.
I'm assuming there's like pebbles and stuff like
Yeah,
in the area.
Oh, sure.
let's find things lying around.
There's a bit
I
of
think most Hobbit pretty good, pretty handy with
Oh, yeah.
pretty good shots.
the
with throwing stone.
You could also try to sing this, basically sing the thing out, you know. Maybe we could lure it out with some song or something like that. It seemed quite musical. I don't know.
Mila just looks at Drogo like, okay.
I mean, you're going to throw rocks at him. Oh, might as well try something a little bit different.
I've heard you sing, dear.
Okay,
Ouch.
Drogo actually is good at singing.
There's a... Charming an owl is a completely different skill, though.
True. He's got high courtesy, though.
But completely
very
different
polite.
style of music.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know. Rory could sing as well. Maybe we can duet it down.
Stand out of the way and watch this happen.
Okay. Yeah, so what are you're trying to make music? Are you trying to I don't know, get the owl to sleep, or are you trying to make music that's so bad the owl wants to leave? I'm kind of confused as to the intent here.
No. Let's try enticing the owl to come down.
There. Charming the owl from the rafters out of
Roar-
the barn.
That's right. Rory will hold out his arm as he sings, inviting the owl to land upon it. So each tick in the skill is a D12?
No, it's a D6.
No. It's a D6 that you add in. So
If it is bold or it has the check mark next to it, if you're looking at the PDF, that means you roll the D12 with advantage.
correct.
Oh, okay. So it's 1d12 plus 2d6 then, if I have 2?
That is correct.
Okay.
Is there an aid system in this game?
Tell you what I'm going to do. Go ahead and roll
Or joint tests?
roll with favor. In other words, roll 2d12 and take the better result because of the assistance.
Okay.
There's a
Who's
couple. You are, I thought.
Okay. I'm just
Go for it.
checking.
The answer to the question, Mark, is there's really a couple options. You can add favor, or you can actually add additional success dice, the d6 die. So, oh, that's a Gandalf rune.
Yes, it is.
Congratulations. That is a success. All right. The
Is the owl now your pet?
as the two of you begin singing, the owl starts to cock its head to the side, and eventually, you hold up your arm, and the owl flies down. What are you wearing on your arm?
Oh, whatever my like shirt and jacket covering it.
Okay. Oh, so you maybe you took off your jacket and held it over your arm.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. In that case, yeah, you're fine. So the owl flies down. Congratulations, you have an owl on your arm.
Awesome. Rory will coo quietly to it and tell it it's a beautiful owl. And thank you for coming down. And could you please leave the poor mule alone and maybe find a tree nearby to rest in? That would be great.
Okay. You walk out of the barn with the owl as you're talking to it.
Yes, just, slowly walk out and invite it to find a different place to rest so that the poor mule can sleep. And thank you for being my new friend.
Okay. Very good. The the owl does give Labella a very long, dirty look
Oh, no.
before
Lobelia like raises the umbrella again and just kind of like points it at it like a yeah.
But to the two musicians, gives a almost, you think she winked at you, gives a little quick hoot, and then flies off.
Grim is absolutely convinced at this point that her brother and her fiance are living some sort of charmed life.
I mean, Bilbo isn't the only one. Be special. Just because we don't have some ring that you stick up on a mantle.
Uh-huh.
Rory shakes Drogo's hand. Well done.
People have basically said our relations sometimes are too eager to turn to violence. Not the Hobbit way.
Lobelia just and throws the umbrella over her shoulder and starts marching towards the nice soft hay.
All right.
Rory just says, Drogo, don't piss off your wife.
I point to Primilla. That one's my wife. That one's my fiance.
Oh, that's right.
That one's a distant relation.
Distant. Yeah, I got confused. The player got confused. Sorry, everyone.
Getting more distant by the minute.
More distant.
You hear an "I heard that" come wafting back from where she's walking without
Taking the
looking
best
out
hay
the
for
window.
yourself.
Mm-hmm. So
I'm
you
gonna tuck in an ale before I go to sleep.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, same. I feel we earned the ale.
Yeah, of course.
You should probably also, see if you can't borrow a shirt for a dress from the human so you could dry your clothes out tonight.
Oh yes, you
Pretty
good.
good already from being at the fireside at the inn.
Yep. In fact, you knock on the door and make your request. Oh yes, of course. He hands you one of his shirts, which is a dress for you. and offers to take your wet clothing and hang them in front of his fireplace for the night.
Great. Sounds good.
All right. So you all eventually doze off. And just as you feel like you've just barely fallen asleep, and you hear, "Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh." And not 2 minutes later, Bunce walks through the door. "Oh, morning, morning, morning. Begging your pardon." Walks straight up to, why can I not think, to Paladin. "Here you go, young master. Here's your clothes, good and dry. I see you have that damn owl gone. Thank you for that, and I wish you a good day. So long. Farewell." And he wanders off.
All right, let's
After
get
being-
going.
Very good.
Let's get out on the road.
Rory
On
picks
the
all
road
the
again.
spare hay out of his hair.
What about breakfast?
You have the
I think
leftover.
that's what he means by
bread.
get on the road is eat breakfast. Surely he wouldn't be considering going out without properly fortifying oneself for the day and the hard road ahead.
He gave you bread last night. Make no mistake.
I guess we go back to the inn and pick up breakfast.
Okay.
And second breakfast.
First one, then the other.
Of course.
Yes.
All right. You walk back into Waymeet. Get your breakfast there at the inn. Face a few more questions as to what in the world hobbits are doing up this time of day. Muppy tables. What's up? Welcome to the chat. All right. More and more hungry IRL. Yes, absolutely true.
Never play a Hobbit adventure on an empty stomach. Should be
Yeah, that's the truth.
Look, I had to deal with a clogged drain, okay?
Oh man, I'm sorry. Not good.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Worst BBEG ever.
Yes.
All right. You set out from Waymeet after breakfast. Obviously, you have to make a couple more short meal stops. It's a good thing you thought to bring some food with you. It's a good long walk for such short legs, and it does take you most of the day to make it all the way to Mickledelving. And you're there by the time evening sets in. You pass the spot where a southward path leads off from the main course of the East Road just as the sun begins to set and the first stars begin to reveal themselves. Ahead, you get a good look at Mickledelving on the White Downs. Quite a bit larger than Hobbiton, it is a tightly packed collection of homes built of wood, brick, and stone, with the occasional hobbit hole. But as the last of its people go about their evening business, your eye cannot help but be drawn to the massive Smeal to one side of the great cobblestone thoroughfare running through the center of town, the town hall, the seat of the mayor of the shire. But more important to your business is what lies south of the town hall on an adjacent hillock not quite so tall and green. It is a large wooden building with a great red round door that is connected to the main road by way of a small stone path. This is the Matham House, the Museum of the Shire, and your destination. Mayor impervious to umbrellas. As the candles flicker to life behind windows and hobbit folk settle in for the evening, you notice a handful of hobbits carrying stout cudgels and tiny lanterns strolling about. Bounders undoubtedly making their usual rounds. Best to avoid them, though, lest your mischief be discovered and thwarted.
Now be the time for stealth.
All right. So now you have a challenge, exactly that. How do you stealthily reach the Matham house without being noticed?
Well, turns out I have quite a stealthiness about me.
Okay.
Same with Lobelia if we want to send out a whole recon team.
Okay. All right, let's go one at a time with your stealth rolls then, because each of you does need to make it. 20, I believe you spoke up first, so you would like to, for Rory to sneak up, I believe?
Yes.
Okay.
So, let's see.
You got a strong stealth. This should be easy.
Yes, so I'm thinking through this aloud. It'll be 2d12 plus 3d6?
That is correct.
Okay. Man, this dice roller is great.
Wow. 10, 11, 12, 13. Well, you made it. Barely. Okay. Well done. Well done. All right. See, you, there were a couple moments there where you felt like you were certainly going to be spotted, but they just look right past you and you sneak your way on up to the house. Who is next to sneak their way in? Rory's made it. All right. Lobelia's going next. Wow, that is a bonus success. So you rolled a 6. Well, that was a huge roll. So, you only needed a 12. You rolled way past that. But every time you roll a 6 on a die, and the official dice, let's see if I've got one here, has a little T symbol on it, and that basically marks an additional success. So every 6 is special. And so let's see here. If a single T was scored or a single 6, then your accomplishment was out of the ordinary, a great success.
Did I do the Catherine Zeta-Jones thing through like the laser grid to get there while maintaining stealth? Is that what happened?
I think that what happened is you were walking through, you managed to swat a bounder on the rump with your umbrella and still not get caught.
I approve.
Wait, what did she swat on a rump?
One of the guards, the bounders, wandering through town.
It's on brand. It's absolutely something I would do in real life also. I knew I picked this character for a reason.
Oh my lord.
So the exceptional success not only means you get that little jab in, but I'm going to allow you to take that T and allow you to give another player an extra success die.
Okay. Who has the worst stealth points?
I have the same as you. 3 bolded.
I have 3 not bolted.
I have 3 not bolded.
Ooh, okay. Fight for my entertainment. No, let's go ahead and give the extra 1 to Wolf Mom.
All right.
I might as well roll next then and
Do it.
see how it goes. So that's a D12.
Yep.
You don't need that. 3D6.
46 because you get the bonus.
46, but that's bad.
Oh, that's bad. Okay.
But it's
We're
down to 6. So
Okay, so you start to move, and yet unfortunately, the 6 does not help you in this case because of the major failure. So what's going to happen is that you try to slip forward. You're sneaking past a house just as somebody puts a lantern in the window, and now your shadow goes flying across the courtyard and lands right in the face of one of the bounders, who begins walking straight for your group. And so you're approached by this hobbit. Hello, excuse me, you there? Stop!
Sorry,
I don't know that you're supposed to be here. Who are you? Why are you outside after nightfall?
Brandybuck.
Ah, okay. I'm Ada Burrows from Little Delving.
Oh, pleasure to meet you. Amazing to meet you, actually.
Yeah, it's my responsibility to make sure that there's nobody here that doesn't belong here. So please, why are you here?
I am on a walking trip with my fiance, and I am looking for a place to stay the night. Obviously, the sun has gone down, and I am a little unfamiliar with this town. I am sorry.
All right, give me a persuade check, please.
Okay, not my best, but not my worst.
Oh, wow. That's fantastic.
There's a 6 in there.
Yes, okay. Perfect. So that's a bonus success. That's an outstanding success. Oh, yes, of course. Oh, very, very good. Understood. Oh, okay. You're just going to go up that way. There's an inn right up there. Not a problem. Thank you for the explanation. And because you rolled the bonus success, instead of her walking you up to the inn, she leaves you to your own devices and continues on.
I'm just going to watch her go and make sure she leaves while making shooing motions with my hands behind my back.
Oh, well done, dude. Well done.
Right.
Moving on.
All right. And so you and Drogo then, I believe, are able to just walk straight up to the house because you're no longer being watched. I believe that just leaves Paladin, yes?
Okay, here I go, being stealthy.
Nope. Oh, sorry.
There's that heavy armor.
If I'm not mistaken, That is a 13, and you need a 14. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Double checking a couple things. Yep, you make some noise and catch the attention of Ada again as she heads your direction. Excuse me, sorry, you there? Don't remember seeing you earlier. What are you doing here? You shouldn't be here.
Yeah, I'm training to be a bounder. You want to hear a riddle?
Love it. Yes, give her a riddle.
I can roll for a riddle.
Yeah, actually, yes. Give me a riddle roll, and you quickly realize that through observing, she's really eager to prove that she's being very vigilant and attentive. You're like, I'm training to be a bounder by testing the bounders and making sure that you're doing your job correctly, and trying to make her really kind of on edge.
All right, here I go for a riddle roll. It is 3, but it's not bold. So 1d12 and 3d6, right?
That's correct.
Oh,
That does it.
well.
That's a 14. And that is a 14 with extraordinary success because of the 2 6s. So, see, this is the great thing about this rolling system, right? Even though you rolled a 1 on your D12 die, you still got an exceptional success, right? And that can totally happen. So you manage to not just confuse her or whatever, you convince her that you are there to make sure she's doing her job well. She's now finds herself justifying herself to you, not the other way around. And then you walk off like you belong there. And once you're out of earshot, just quietly duck up to the house. No one else the wiser. So well done. You all made it up to the house without raising any suspicion. All right, now pull up this location and read it to you. All right, the Matham House. Delving, Matham. Oh, I don't have any additional description. Okay, cool. So, inspecting the ground surrounding the Matham House. Let's see. You find that the front door is actually unlocked. Double checking really quickly. Because you didn't have any problems, you're able to basically walk right in. Of course, if you choose not to go up in through the front door, if you would like, you can look for other entrances and walk in different ways. Your choice.
Question.
Yes.
Is this dwelling hobbit-sized or man-sized?
That's a great question. I believe this is Hobbit size. The Museum of the Shire, the Matham House, great round door. Yeah, this definitely seems to be Yeah, it appears to be Hobbit-sized. I do believe so. It's everything about it says Hobbit, Hobbit, Hobbit. So
Okay.
A little concerned about the dog that's supposed to be around.
Lobelia tightens her grip on her umbrella, and before heading through the front door, because that was way too easy, would like to kind of check first before
Okay.
stepping in to see
Of
if
course.
there's anything obviously visible.
'Kay.
So is that going to be another scan?
Nope, you can simply walk around the house. There's nothing hidden about this, right? So
Okay.
you
No traps to disarm.
see
Nothing.
that there are barred windows, but there is a small skylight on the roof that you're able to spot. You find a door on the side of the hill and a oh yeah, so there's like a hillside door on the side, and then there's the main door into the house, and then there's the looks like a skylight on the roof.
I rappel down through the skylight. No, I'm kidding. Okay. Good to know.
No dangling hobbits through the skylight, Mission Impossible style.
Of course.
You can if you want.
We're roughly the same height as Tom Cruise anyway.
Wait, I
Ouch.
thought we were doing Catherine Zeta-Jones here.
Yeah, it's much better. Far
We're doing
preferable.
as many bits as we can cram into this, to be honest.
The front door is unlocked. Did you say?
You gonna
Or
check?
was it locked? Sure, I'll check the door.
It's unlocked. But yeah,
Okay, I'm
okay.
try going in the front door.
You open the
Same.
front door. Okay. The rooms are inside this house are high ceilinged. I mean, yes, hobbit sized, but high ceilinged. You imagine that a human could walk through here without stooping, although it might be a little awkward, but these are human height, just barely. So very vaulted for a hobbit size. It contains an impressive display of artifacts from across the history of the Shire. Shelves full of books with a variety of family names and genealogies on them. You see recipe books lining the walls.
Hands off, Drogo.
As you're walking through, there is a pedestal with a glass dome on top and a pair of beautifully polished diamond studs inside. Crossed walking sticks mounted on one wall, brass buttons on a velvet board, gleaming coat of silver rings in one side. It is a wonder to behold, but somehow you're going to have to find the old Took's map in this collection.
This is quite the clutter.
But as you're walking around, one of you
Yes.
steps around the desk and you see the fearsome guard dog curled up asleep underneath the writing desk, snoring gently, just as somebody else finds a little bit of squeaky floor. The dog stops snoring for a moment, shifts position, flops over, and then resumes snoring. What would you like to do?
I guess look around for if the map
Okay.
is obviously visible in this room, maybe there's another room.
Okay, so here is where I am going to need scan rolls. I need 3 volunteers to roll scan to attempt to look around for the map. The roll is required because you're not just looking, but because there is potentially penalties to being too noisy or to doing this too slowly.
Could I possibly, since I have no scan roll to speak of, could my role in this particular adventure be to... I did say I was going to get stuff that could lure dogs.
Okay.
Maybe open a door and put little pieces of food from the dog, basically from outside to the dog.
Okay.
And then everybody hide, and the dog follows the food outside, and then we shut the door. I don't know if that would be a good idea or not, but...
Animal handling roll saves the day again.
So are you, yes, you're able to do that. Now here's the question. Are you going to intentionally wake the dog up
No.
so that he follows the food out, or is
I would allow the dog, I would put a piece of food right basically close by it so that it can smell it and wake itself up all natural like.
Okay. He doesn't wake up immediately. But if he wakes up, he's going to have a chance to smell the food instead of paying attention to you all.
I only have one tick in scan, so if somebody else has more.
I have
Okay.
0.
Okay, I've got 1 and bold.
Perfect. I heard a volunteer. You and your umbrella.
Oh,
That is a 13. Fortunately, you only needed a 12, and it's also fortunate that that was advantage or favored because that 11 would have been bad, yo.
yeah. Hey, accidental success. I'll take it.
You succeed
it
with a
works.
scan. I need somebody else to also help look around.
Does anybody else have points?
No
in-
one else.
Okay.
Not better than
Well, then I'll
you.
roll. Yeah. So.
And you are, of course, welcome to propose alternatives, but scan is generally the searching around bit. All right. You fail to find anything, but you do accidentally knock over a stack of books while rummaging around and make some noise. The dog doesn't immediately wake up, but stops snoring. Who?
Look in my pack, see if
Yep.
I have anything that could help.
All right. Give me that explore
I'm
check.
gonna explore.
Explore your pack.
I need a 14 and it's 1d12 and 2d6.
That's right.
No, that's a fail.
Oh god.
All right. You rummage through your pack, but are not able to find anything particularly useful to the situation, unfortunately.
Could I use lore or riddle or something like that to try to make sense of the organizational
Yes,
structure in this place
For sure.
and try and help direct the search?
sure. Give me a lore roll.
D6. So that's gonna be a 15,
Huh?
which is higher than my wits target number.
Perfect. And once again, you avoided the eye. Fantastic. Yes. So you are able to successfully make a lore roll, which allows you to link some things together in your mind, and you point out, hey, I think maybe let's see here. Maybe
Section
it
over here
is
looks like maps.
actually what you realize is that's the whole problem. You were looking around maps and you said maybe don't look with the maps. Those old cookbooks over there are from the right family and era.
We're organizing them that way.
And so you all head over there, and Lobelia finds the map behind a stack of cookbooks on the bottom shelf. It's a bit creased. It got folded instead of rolled, which is just a travesty, but otherwise in pretty good shape. Now you have to get back out of the house without waking the dog. So give me
Sneak.
stealth checks to get back out.
What type of check was that?
Stealth.
Okay, just double check.
Like, don't wake doggy.
Mm-hmm. See if all of you can slip back out.
Any stealth checks?
Yep. Lobilia's already gone.
Secret Agent Hobbit.
All right. Looks like Drogo's in good shape. Looks like Rory's in good shape.
That's what we do.
Primula, on the other hand, found that bit of squeaky floor again.
Sister.
Some days it has to be like that.
Yeah, Paladin somehow manages to be the most silent person walking out, which we're not entirely sure how that happened. All right, so the dog wakes up, but then starts excitedly sniffing and eating food. He very noisy, goes from piece of food to piece of food, and then spots you all. And he's like wagging his tail and like wanting to run up to you, and then running back to grab the next piece of food, and then running up to one of you, and then running back to the next piece of food. And it's quietly barking. Let's see. He is starting to make noise now. So, I think who woke him up? It was Primula. Primula, you need to give me a courtesy roll to see if you can't
That's good.
keep the dog in check.
Can I attempt to aid with? I would be concerned to make sure that, we all get out of this together.
I will allow, and
Especially her.
you've already aided by providing some food and a pathway and everything to keep the dog somewhat distracted. So go ahead and have favor on this roll.
I already have.
Then
'cause it's
add
on my
a success die.
Okay. There goes nothing.
Wow.
That's a little bit more than nothing.
Wow.
That's
Yeah,
my
that's an
girl.
overwhelming success. So, Firework
Yes,
the dog,
You're a good boy. You're a good boy. Just
right? Firework the dog, and let me for the folks on stream, I'm going to pull up the picture of Firework the dog. Big scary guard dog.
I would die for him.
Finishes eating the dog, then rushes up to rushes up to Primula, jumps in your arms, and starts trying to lick your face. Absolutely silent, friendly as can be. So you give Firework some scritches and walk him back to his place under the desk, and after playing with him for a little bit, convince him to lay back down and slip back out the front door. Well
it's closer
done.
than I would like.
If we steal the dog, will he eventually betray our party?
We didn't get to keep the owl. We don't get to keep the dog.
No comment.
I roll to riot.
All right. So you leave the dog. Do you leave the dog behind, and do you you're only taking the map? Yeah.
Yeah, I see no reason to take somebody else's dog.
It's fair.
Yeah, we're hobbits, not thieves. We're just reclaiming property here. So
But he's
let's.
such a good
let's
boy.
bring it into account.
We're burglars, not thieves.
There is a difference.
Oh, goodness. Okay, cool. So you successfully get out of the place. All right. You slip out the front door. Let's see. How do you get out of town? You have no problems getting out the door at this point in time. You've been very careful.
What time is it?
The time right now is 12:42 for you, 2:42
No,
Eastern time.
in the
Oh,
game.
oh yeah. So you spent it. You started after dark, and so now it's even later. It's middle of the night. Are you doing anything specific at this point to get out of town, or are you just kind of getting out as quickly as possible? There's always a menagerie, Luna, always.
What was the first part of your question, please? I'm sorry.
Are you doing anything special to get out of town surreptitiously, or are you just kind of sneaking back out the way you snuck in?
I would think retracing our steps makes sense.
No point
Yeah,
in
I'm for
lingering at the scene. We don't want to disrupt things any further.
Let's just go.
Okay. All right. Okay. You continue on then. So you get back on the now. What do you do for the night? You managed to slip back out of town now. Where do you spend the night? Do you walk all night, heading back to West Farthing? Do you try to get a room here in McEldelving? Do you camp along the side of the road?
I mean, given the story I told, it probably makes sense if at least Drogo and I make an appearance at the inn.
Okay. Sounds good. So, legit question, are you going to try to split up a little bit and all stay in different places so that you're not all seen together on the way back? At least initially.
Well,
That makes sense to me. I don't mind sleeping in another barn somewhere.
I have already done one night without my nice, warm, soft, normal hobbit bed, and I would like to find a place for myself to stay that does not involve sleeping on hay.
Okay. Are you going to go to the same inn or a different inn?
I will go to a different inn.
Okay. Sounds good. So,
Rory,
Two in town.
yep.
Rory will follow. Please hold. Brain.
Paladin?
Sister and
Oh,
brother-in-law to be to
Yep.
the same inn.
okay. So, Primula, Drogo, and Rory go to an inn. Lobelia goes to a different inn. And Paladin, what, you look for a barn?
Sure, I'm used to being on a farm. I can
Okay.
go bed down with some animals somewhere.
Now, do you show up in a barn or do you ask permission? It is the middle of the night. The farmer would be asleep.
I think I'll just bed down and ask permission in the morning.
Very good. Dang, Luna. All right. Sounds good. So, you're familiar with farm life. So, Paladin, the rooster starts crowing, and you go ahead and slip on out, and never get spotted, at least as far as you're aware.
Great.
Look, Lobelia, do you? I assume you take advantage of their breakfast in the morning. Do you sleep in, or do you get an early start?
You know, Lobelia is so excited to get home, so anxious to get home. She's going to be up with the crack of dawn.
Okay. All right. Drogo, Rory, and Primula.
I mean, have breakfast, basically give the appearance that we are indeed on a walking tour, I guess,
Yeah.
unless Drogo thinks differently.
I mean, we could always ask about interesting places in the area. I mean, we might be back.
Okay.
Ask about boat rentals.
Okay.
I mean, I did hear there was a cool museum around.
Good, good, good.
Boats? Terrible.
All right. So you all slip out of town. Paladin has a bit of a head start, but presumably waits for you along the road. Is met by Lobelia, and finally the other three show up. As you're walking on the way to West Farthing, you are passed by some folks on carts, and one one of the merchants kind of slows down as they're approaching it. Hey, did you hear that the Matham house got broken into last night? So exciting.
The what house?
The Matham house. The
Rory
Shire
just has a
Museum?
confused look.
The Shire Museum?
Oh yeah. Okay, I think I've heard of that.
Nice.
Certainly sounds like an unpleasant business, whatever. Can't imagine who would do such a thing.
Right?
Lobelia tightens her shawl once again and says, "The world these days, it's not safe outside of our own homes," and perhaps looks a bit pointedly at her adventuring party.
Nice. Well done. Well done. I love it. All right. Okay. And you head back. Again, you spend some time on the way back. You gotta stop at West Farthing again, but you do eventually make it back. I keep closing the wrong thing. There we go. Epilogue. You finally, after a couple more days, return to Bag End, following the same path you left. After your successful recovery of the old Took's map of the Shire and a swift journey home, you are greeted by the green door of Bag End, being thrown open like a pop gun to reveal a grinning Bilbo standing on the doorstep, walking stick in hand. You found it! Wonderful! Simply wonderful! Though eager, Bilbo ushers you in with a hasty wave of his hand. Come on, we'll need to review my grandfather's map quickly tonight if we're to set off on our next adventure. This remarkable find of yours makes me believe I'm quite ready for another adventure.
Rory just steels himself against Lobelia's next.
Lobelia is leaning against the wall right now after that one, just gripping the door frame like as if her life depends on it.
Right?
As in, I'm confused.
You confused? What? I'm sorry. What's the
Yes.
confusion?
Set off.
Yes.
What are you?
Ah.
Oh.
First we get ready, then I explain.
Well, I'm ready for another adventure. After all, I'm a Took.
That makes perfect sense. Ah, yes, my lad. Excellent. Happy to hear it. The rest will come in line. Rest assured. He carefully spreads the map out on the table. Yes, help yourself to the larder. He does ask for your stories, and so you fill him in on all the pieces. He laughs at your description of the ferocious guard dog, and the owl, of course. And pours over the map. And it is time for the next adventure. I believe I had a request for a break soon. Does everybody want to move on to the next adventure?
Huzzah!
It's still early.
A break now would be great because lunch just arrived.
Fantastic. So let's take a 15-minute break. Let me ask one question first so I can prep the next section of the adventure. Would anybody very much like to play Bilbo on the next part of the adventure instead of your current character?
We'll let you
No, I'm
keep
good.
with Bilbo.
Does the British guy want it? The air of legitimacy? Last call.
I'm having plenty of fun as Paladin Took.
Very good. Okay. Then I will bring Bilbo along for the ride as necessary. and I will get this ready. So we will meet back here. Let's give it about 15 minutes, and we'll see everybody back here for the next start of the adventure. Thanks, everyone, and we'll be back soon. Good afternoon. Welcome back. We're coming off of a break. We had to pause for a moment for all of our fantastic players to have a chance to eat lunch. We're across a number of time zones here, so we needed a good break in the middle. Also, we're between sections, so we just wrapped up the first part of the adventure and are getting ready to jump into the second part of the adventure. The players have successfully taken part in Bilbo Baggins' first adventure, heading all the way through Waymeet to Mickle Delving, liberating an old map and returning it back to Bilbo. And now we're going to get to see what happens next. So you should be able to, below me, you can see a map of the Shire, and to the, that way is where Lorelink is. That's where all the notes are for the game that and everything that I'm running. As there are die rolls, you're going to see those pop up there as 3D dice, and then farther below me, you're going to see the history of die rolls. Yeah, just like that. Thanks for that, Luna. All right. So Bilbo's about to join you on your next adventure. So let's do this. Cool. Having your efforts to purloin the old Tooks map were successful. Bilbo is delighted. He actually invites you to stay for several days as his guest to prepare for the next adventure. There's plenty of food and drink. Bilbo, interestingly enough, after you do your storytelling and everything, he locks himself up in his study with the map. And you're left to your own devices. There's plenty of games to play, plenty of food to eat, instruments, everything you can imagine. You're not bored, but Bilbo is nowhere to be found until finally the afternoon of the second day, he pops out. Popping out of his study like a cuckoo from a clock. Bilbo rushes into the parlor where you are all relaxing after a fine second breakfast, map still clutched in his hand. My wonderful friends, you won't believe what I've found on the old Took's map. I believe I know where the club of Banderbus Took is located, or at least the old Took did. Or rather, he thought he did. Maybe he wasn't sure. He shakes his head, as if to physically force the rambling thoughts from his head. Never you mind. I might need to do a bit more research, but I was hoping for, nay, counting on your help once again. After hearing all about your little adventure in Delving, I'd like a taste of adventure myself. It says here, right here on the map, that the Club of the Bull Roarer may be somewhere around the village of Oatbarton in a place called Kingsworthy. Exciting, isn't it? So I was thinking, perhaps in return for my generous hospitality, we could take a walk, just a little walk to the north, and do a bit more investigating into the matter. Imagine it, being credited with being the hobbits who found the Club of Bull Roarer Took. Wait right there, I'll run and get your right gear to suit a proper adventurer. And like that, Mad Baggins disappears in a flash around a corner before returning as you all exchange looks of excitement and confusion, and perhaps just a little revulsion among some of you. You know who you are. He drops
Getting into more nasty Took's business.
He drops a large chest before you. There you are. Take what you need. There's no knowing where we'll be swept off to. He turns to dash off again, but turns around back to you, almost laughing at his own forgetfulness. I've muddled my wits, staying up all night making a copy of the old Took's map. No need to damage the original after all. He shoves the fresh copy at you before throwing open the front door to Bag End and stepping out onto the road. Come on, he cries, we'd best be off. All right.
Swept away.
Wait,
Makes me think of boats.
Wait, Bilbo.
Yes.
What time of day is it?
You just finished second breakfast.
And you want to leave now?
Yeah.
Before lunch?
Yeah.
Well, we're all set.
Exactly.
Let's go.
How far? Oh my gosh.
Come along, let's go.
What's in the chest,
Drogo will
please?
look at Pramila and be like, is this what's meant by being more bucking up my courage?
Exactly. Okay, Bilbo's gear.
Maybe.
Here's a list of items that are in Bilbo's gear. There is a short sword, a pocket handkerchief, a club, a backpack, a walking stick, a small axe, actually a couple more clubs, a couple small hunting bows. We've got 3 small hunting bows, 3 clubs, small axe, walking stick, backpack, pocket handkerchief, and a short sword. And I can assign these to your characters.
I would like to make
this is very aggressive.
Make a bid for the short sword.
Any complaints?
Unless anyone objects.
What type of adventure is this supposed to be? Swords and axes and...
I've got an umbrella. I think you can have the short sword. There we go.
I'm gonna
I'll
start
take a weapon of some-
calling. Sorry, go ahead.
I'll take a weapon of some kind. If there's another short sword, I'll take it, or I'll take an axe.
Okay, I'll give you the axe. A second. All right, so let me do this. Rory is going to get the short sword. Okay. And then Paladin.
Am I meant to be
It's
able
going to
to
get the
see
axe.
my... Oh, never mind, I found it.
Okay.
I'll take a bow.
All right.
Gee, what an amazing tool you're using that allows you to live assign items to players while you're playing the game.
Right?
Drogo gets a bow. There we go.
I'll take a bow.
All right. Get a bow.
And a pocket handkerchief, because one never knows when that'll come in handy.
Absolutely. Done?
Did anyone... Sorry.
I was going to say, out of curiosity, once you assign this, I'd like to see what's left on the list. I don't think there's anything that's particularly useful for me.
There are 3 clubs, and there is a backpack and a walking stick.
Are we considering the walking stick to be more of a spear or a sword if used in combat?
It's a walking stick. Not really intended to be a weapon.
Okay, but if it were being used as a weapon, because this is me you're talking to, and I must know how to kill a man with everything I own.
Okay. 1 second. There we go. I would say in your particular case, you would probably use a walking stick like a longsword.
Okay, I'll take it.
All right.
Give me the stick.
Is anybody wanting to take the backpack? Because otherwise I'll take it.
Okay. Can do. Cool. Nobody wanted a club? Is that correct? If you...
I'll put an extra club in my backpack.
Okay.
That way, if someone needs one, we have one.
Yep. Sounds good. Congratulations. You have taken gear out of Bilbo's box of treasures. Okay. To get to Oatbarton, you must first take the road to Bywater to the south and to reach the east road. Let's see if I can. Did I put a map? I have a map in here somewhere. Map of the Shire. There we go. Map of the Shire.
Oh gosh.
I have it up on the screen if you would like to see it. I believe also, let me double check.
We can open it in the campaign tab.
You can open it in the campaign. Perfect. That's exactly what I was checking. So that's the Shire map. All right. So you are starting kind of right around the middle of the map. That's where Hobbiton is and everything. Okay. Take the road to Bywater to the south, reach the east road, and then enter the east farthing, leaving behind the 3 farthing stone, which is basically the center. The 3 farthing stone is right between west farthing, south farthing, and east farthing, right at that junction, right on the east road. Take the Northway road to their left. It's more than a leisurely stroll to reach Oatbarton, taking more than 3 days on average. All right. Oh, that's right. The rules for Hobbit walks. I don't actually think that's in here. Give me 1 second, because I really should do that. From the Shire book. There it is, the Shire book. I reread all the rules to everything last night except for the walking about rules, because why would I be prepared? That's fine. We made it like we have this bad habit of I have this bad habit of prepping way more material than we're actually able to get through during a live stream. So I'm like, hey, we'll make it through exactly first part of this adventure. No need to prep the second. All right, the Wandering Walkabout rules, the North Farthing. There is no index in here. Fantastic. Hobbit walks. There we go. Very good. When a company of hobbits is traveling across the Shire, the lore master must roll on the table below once. using a feat die, or twice if the journey is particularly long. Each entry provokes a gain of fatigue points that each traveler can reduce with a roll of travel. Okay. So I get to roll a d12. I'm gonna do that publicly so everybody. Oh no. I'm so sorry.
That's bad for
Hey.
you, right?
That's an Eye of Sauron. Event trouble. Okay.
Nazgul's show up.
No, nothing like
They're
that.
early.
On the road to Oatbarton, you're a day into the road. You are walking past a field, and a pack of dogs begin barking and chasing you. They chase you off the road and through some woods, and you end up having to run through a big old patch of mud. When you hit the mud, you didn't realize that you slip and fall, so now all of you are tired, winded, and covered in mud, and exhausted from being chased by dogs. All right. I need each of you who wishes to give me a travel roll. The purpose of the travel roll is to reduce the fatigue that you gain from this little adventure. You will gain 4 fatigue unless you are able to reduce that by a success. And every T icon you gain, every 6 you roll on a die, also will reduce it by 1. So you may not all need to roll.
So if we don't have any pips in travel, would we even get to roll?
Yes, you can always roll just a d12. Just keep in mind that probably means that you can't possibly roll a success unless you roll a natural 12. Mark.
Got it.
Okay.
Good news is I have advantage on that, and so I should have rolled another. It should have rolled another.
Go ahead and roll a
12,
second
but
one
it chose
then.
Not to. It chose not to for some reason.
That's better.
There we go.
That's a 10. I'm assuming that's still a failure, but
My d6 was a 2, so yes, it's short by 2.
okay. Very good then.
Not very good, but there we go.
That's a failure for me. I needed a natural 12.
Oh no. Okay.
I also have no pips in travel, like any good hobbit.
Okay.
So YOLO, we're doing it.
Oh, you don't have to, but okay. No change for you.
Nope, that's
Okay.
standard.
Let's see if Bilbo can help, shall we? Oh, I don't have Bilbo's stats in here. One moment. Bilbo Baggins. I have his character sheet right here. Bilbo's travel. Surely he has travel. Yes. Leave it to Bilbo. Okay. That is a success.
So do you need me to roll? I'm sorry, I'm juggling food right now.
Yeah, you're fine. I only need you to roll if you feel like it could improve your situation.
In other words, my fatigue.
Well, if you have a chance, well, I mean, everybody always has a chance of success. You could always roll a 12.
Okay.
Or an 11.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks. Appreciate you. All right. Let's try it. Nope.
Yep. So,
At least I didn't crit
well.
fail.
Nope.
all right. Each of you are going to gain 3 fatigue because you've only been able to reduce it by 1. Yeah, no, nobody actually ended up stuck with an 11. So yes, each of you gain 3 fatigue. And what does fatigue mean, you ask? And I will read the relevant section from the rules. I read it yesterday.
What does fatigue mean?
I'm glad you asked. All right.
Magnus, how did it work?
Characteristics. Endurance, hope, and parry. Okay. Adversaries. What in the world? Oh, yes. You check the. So, hold on. We just said that you gain 3 fatigue, yeah? That is up against your endurance. So the way endurance works is if your endurance decreases to match or go below your load score, you become weary. If your endurance is ever reduced to 0, you drop unconscious instead. Endurance, among other things, counts. It kind of works as your hit points as well. So if you take damage, that subtracts from your endurance. Fatigue basically adds to your endurance for the purpose of determining if you become weary. Weary gives you penalties. There it is. When a weary hero is making a roll, all of the success dice that come up showing a 1, 2, or 3 are considered to be a 0 instead. In other words, your d6s are less valuable when you are weary. One thing that I did forget to mention to you earlier, so I'm going to tell you now because it could come in handy. Your hope can be spent. Let me pull up one of the players really quickly if I can learn how to click. I'm going to pull up Rory for a second. Rory has a 15 hope. So you may spend a point of hope on a die roll to add an additional d6 to that die roll. You can never spend more than 1 hope for this. If your player is inspired, you would get 2 dice for this expenditure of hope instead of just 1. Inspiration happens due to usually circumstances. And there may be specific situations that you are automatically inspired. But those are called out in the text. So you may spend hope for an extra d6 when you're in trouble. I completely spaced that earlier. My bad. And then you have gained 3 fatigue, which works towards against your endurance, towards making you weary at some point during the future. Immediately, it should have no effect. until later. Any questions before I proceed with the walk to Oak
None
Barton?
of us.
None of you what?
Luna, you go first.
I was gonna say none of us have a load value right now, or do we?
If you have no load value, it would, I believe, be a 1.
Okay.
Now that you're
My
carrying
question
gear.
is-
Yes.
On my character sheet in Lord Link,
Mhm.
am I supposed to be able to see my short sword?
Oh,
My backpack?
yes.
I already put a thing on Slack for that.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. My bad. Okay. Okay, cool. Yes, you can. Let me to fix that problem for you. I know why you can't. And it's because I didn't actually share the item with you.
Share the item? You mean we have player sharing and privacy controls in our app?
I know, it's hard to imagine.
No. Marketing. Run with it.
Like that. We have lots of unique features, and if you want to know more about them, you can check them out on our website, www.lorelink.com/features. I think. I don't know if they'll features has features, but definitely Lorelink.
Mark understood the assignment. Good
Look,
job, Mark.
Look. All you have to do is exclaim
think of
Lord
the
Link
features.
in chat. Exclaim Lord
Ooh.
Link in chat. Get you the website. It's almost like you have a mod who knows what she's doing.
Nah. Yes, thank you for that, 20. Appreciate it. All right. And thank you, Luna, for pointing that out. You are absolutely correct. I am going into each of these game objects and sharing them so that everybody should be able to see their gear.
Cool. I've been wondering the same thing.
And I haven't done yours yet, so theoretically. All right, you should be able to all see your gear now. Okay. Thanks for bringing that up. Cogs to go with the gear. Really nice one, X. Good deal.
Hold on. I have the sound for this.
Is it the block button?
Block button.
No, when the band hammer comes, it comes silently.
All right. As you approach the third day, it's around midday when you finally catch sight of the first houses of the village of Oatbarton. It is spring, but the last hints of winter are still nipping at your toes just a bit, making you particularly eager for a hearty meal. And as you begin to take your first steps into the cobblestone courtyard at the heart of the village, you catch the scent of roast chicken and potatoes. The hardworking farmers of Oatbarton are gathered in the center of the village for their lunch, sitting at long tables shaded by large pavilions. The villagers are happy to share their lunch with you, and as soon as they place a plate in front of you, they start asking questions about your business so far north. And they are more than happy to talk with all of you. So, you may engage with people. You may use any of these the kind of social skills in order to do so. Suggestions include awe, courtesy, and hearten, persuade, or riddle to attempt to get information out of everybody about the bull roarer and Kingsworthy and the item you're seeking.
Well, I love riddles. I'm going to use riddle.
Go for it. Give me a riddle roll.
Not everything is a riddle.
That's what you think. That's a good, strong success.
Yep, my target was 14.
All right, you
That's
learned
it.
that Kingsworthy is an abandoned structure about a day's travel into the North Moors. Who else would like to have a go?
I've got 2 pips in Persuade, and I've got an exquisite umbrella that has Persuade in big capital letters next to it.
Ah, yes.
So I'm going to threaten people with my umbrella. That's how I'm reading it.
No. Okay, so you double checking the
Here we have 2 before you are 2 hobbits. One always tells riddles, the other always hits you with their umbrella. Ask
2
what
hobbits.
questions you may.
2 hobbits, both alike in dignity.
Inside of you there are 2 hobbits.
Yes.
All right.
Within you live 2 hobbits.
The ability
Because they're not
there.
that big.
Obligatory 2 hobbits in a trench coat joke.
Yes. So actual question then is that since umbrella has Persuade on it, does that give me advantage on said roll?
It's not advantage. Give me just a second. There's traveling gear. I saw that in here yesterday, and now I've completely spaced it. What the gear
Congratulations,
does.
I'm the problem once again.
No. Oh, one other thing that could come up. I did find the bit about inspiration. So you'll notice on your character sheet you have some distinctive features. For example, Lobelia is inquisitive and keen-eyed. Anytime you feel that your distinctive features apply to a situation, make a case for it, and you can have inspiration. Inspiration means that if you spend a hope point, you get 2 dice instead of just 1. I believe that the gear is simply giving you an extra d6 for that action, and that is my recollection off the top of my head. I thought it literally said that it gave you a die in the description, but it just names the skill. But I am reasonably certain that is what it does.
Okay, so hold on to your butts. I have a plan.
Okay.
I got 2 pips in Persuade, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I'm going around asking people for information, I would say that's pretty inquisitive, is it not?
Okay, I'll grant you that.
All right. So, hear me out. So I get 2d6 for my skill. I get an extra d6 from the umbrella, which I'm using in my persuasions. And since I have inspiration, because I am an inquisitive and also, as you may now notice, greedy little hobbit, I am burning a hope point to get 2 die and also illustrate the skill that we just discussed.
Well done. I like it.
Yep. So that brings me to a total of 5d6. Any objections?
Make it so.
Unspoken, I'm rolling. Yeah!
Wow. Okay, that is a great success because you got a 6 on one of those rolls.
Great success.
You learn that some of the rowdier local children like to play a game called Bull Roarers Club. that seems to involve them roughing up one another with a stick from the field they claim to be the artifact. You additionally hear some rumors about a ghost haunting the abandoned Kingsworthy.
Oh, now there are ghosts? This is nasty business, I'll tell you.
All right, you continue to converse and engage with folks, but you do not learn anything additional during your lunch.
Point of clarity. For someone who has only really seen the Lord of the Rings movies, is it established fact in this world that ghosts exist?
Yes,
Okay,
as do angels.
just clarifying. Thank you.
Yep.
As much as it is established fact, it is not necessarily a given that everybody believes in it.
That's why I was asking. Thank you.
I would say that reputationally, ghosts are very similar in that world to ours. The fact that they exist is, to some folks, irrelevant, but yes, they do.
Just sussing
All right.
out how to play my character here.
So, presumably, I mean, after lunch, Bilbo gathers you all up. Okay, clearly we need to get up to Kingsworthy. Check this out.
Rory looks deeply suspicious and is like, I don't know about Kingsworthy being haunted. That doesn't sound real to me.
I mean, all sorts of things out there. I mean,
Oh, it's the worst that could happen.
rumors, and you've all heard Bilbo's story.
But
Plus,
of
it's already
course.
halfway through the day.
Yeah. Perfect time.
And we did have that terrible incident, 2 days ago with the dogs and the
Sure,
mud.
sure. We just had a lovely lunch. Best be on our way, don't you think? It'll probably take us about a day to get across the North Moors.
I was thinking it would be nice to set out in the morning, but obviously.
Same.
Okay. I see that I've pushed you all a bit too far. I'm gonna go.
I mean,
Yes.
I was going to say we could use the opportunity this afternoon to gather more information, Bilbo. It wouldn't be wasted time.
I think we should head out for Kingsworthy.
Of course you do.
You are all a disgrace to the good name of hobbits, just jumping in both feet without looking first. And Lobelia just tisks and shakes her head and...
It's just the right behavior for the good name of Took.
Rory looks at Lobelia and says, weren't you the one that was just grasping your umbrella threateningly while persuading the local populace to give you information?
One never knows when you'll need a good weapon like an umbrella when you leave your home where it's not safe, and again gestures to... I don't know, there's really nothing there, but Lobelia is convinced that there is something that she's gesturing at to illustrate her point.
I'm going to
And
start
not
calling
quite-
her Hagrid Jr.
You're not quite quiet aside to Pramila. He basically mutters, I think we're all as safe when Pramila is out in the world.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that just for politeness' sake.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
I mean, if must, then needs must, but
All right. So, Bilbo reluctantly agrees to let you all spend the night here before continuing on. he wanders off to have conversations with people, although it doesn't seem to bring any particular fruitfulness. You are able to learn a little bit about the road to the North Moors. Let's see.
Rory would like to see if he can speak to these children who play this game with the so-called club.
Okay. The so what it seems is that the children will basically pick up any random stick they find, pretend that it's Bull Roarer's club, and then chase one another about with it.
And are any of them, in fact, Bull Roarer's club? Like, how would I be able to tell?
Adults certainly don't seem to think so.
Well, right. But adults and children have different experiences of the world.
That's fair. That's fair. But no, you like
basically. Rory wants to know if one of these kids has actually accidentally found it and is playing with it like it's a toy.
Which is perfectly legitimate, but you don't find any evidence of that. In fact, one of the kids you talk to offers to play it with you right then and there, steps down, grabs a big stick, and starts chasing you with it.
Can I trip him with the umbrella to rescue her? Or him?
I don't need rescuing.
You're supposed to fall down when I hit you with it.
You don't understand. Labella is looking forward to the chance if he
I was going to say, I would like to trip the child.
No.
Fine.
You stay out of my child negotiations, Lobelia. Rory pulls the club out of his backpack and fences with the child.
Don't make me change our rating on Twitch.
Lobelia opens the umbrella and sits down in a huff as if at a picnic.
There it is. Perfect. So you play the game with the kids. It's just a stick. When you ask the kids about the sticks, they all say the same story. Well, we just throw them out when we're done. Half the time they're in the process of cleaning up a field when they start the game. Worst babysitters ever. What you learn about the North Moors is that it's very wild. It's not tamed at all. It's full of scrub brush and heather. It's full of wild animals. Only the bravest of hunters generally venture to that far to the north, and to the north edge, you actually get to the northern borders of the Shire, well known for winter snowfalls, some steep hills, that sort of thing. The Norburn River flows out from the North Moors. And then the Kingsworthy is a large stone house with a round tower, thought to have been a hunting lodge once upon a time. But that's about all. Oh, you did find that a few years back, a hunter dug up a human life-size head of a marble statue.
Did it represent anyone known?
No.
Can't put much stock in it. Humans are always leaving their things around like that. Quite careless they are.
For sure.
Ridiculous big folk.
Mm-hmm.
You think they're being so big they could see where stuff was, but they just keep leaving stuff all over the place.
That just means they could. It just means they overlook more.
Oh, that does explain it. That does explain it.
All right. Well, you were able to find people to stay with over the night, and in exchange for a bit of song and some stories. It's always nice to have guests and visitors. And the next morning, after a hearty breakfast, you are on your way north into the moors. As you proceed, I have the privilege of getting to make another roll. Oh my goodness. That is my second encounter table roll and my second. I apologize
Does any of that
entirely.
weirdness have gone away at this point because of getting
Oh, because of getting a night's sleep. Okay, you've had a long rest. One moment. Doop, doop, doop. Long rest. One of the things about this system is, in general, you're permitted one short rest during the day. Usually about an hour, often corresponding with a meal, especially as a hobbit. And then you're allowed one long rest in the evening, which is, of course, your nighttime rest. There it is. With a short rest, you would recover lost endurance points equal to your strength. With a prolonged rest overnight, you recover all lost endurance points, and wounded heroes would recover some points. You don't lose fatigue. One second. Fatigue. You definitely get some fatigue back. It's not really covered in this abbreviated rules book that I have from the starter book. So fatigue test. How do you recover fatigue?
House rules.
Yeah, probably gonna have to. Yeah, let's go ahead and just wipe the fatigue at this point. I'll have to look up the fatigue rules. That's interesting. It's weird to me that they don't have it. They have you gaining fatigue, but don't actually explain how to recover fatigue in the resting rules. I'm checking one more thing. Attributes: heart, strength, wits, endurance. Nope. They just literally don't have fatigue in here at all. Good times. So I don't know off the top of my head. We'll just wipe it and call it a day. At the moment, it's not really relevant to this particular thing, but what is relevant is the fact that I just rolled an 11 on this particular journey. North Moors. Okay. As you were moving through the moors, A ghastly spirit rises out of a darkened shadow. Psst, Angmar. It hisses and passes through you, leaving a chill deep in your bones. You will have dark dreams for a few days.
Ugh. Bilbo, what have you dragged us into?
Well, the ghosts were real.
For the record, Lobelia is like, I told all of you this was a bad idea.
Nobody
Yeah.
likes to know it all, Lobelia.
Uh-huh.
Evidently, or we would all be safe at home in front of our fires with a cup of ale.
Fair. Nice. Okay. You do take the, you finally get a glimpse of the tower. Those of you, once you spot it, you may give me, oh, you already figured that out. Yeah, you already figured this out, so there's no point in making a roll here. You know that it may have been a hunting lodge at the time, and you continue approaching. It's a large stone house, big round tower, human-sized. And as you approach, so far it seems to be deserted. There is definitely evidence of like campfires and people coming in and out, probably travelers using it for shelter. But it's not been repaired or regularly inhabited. You do see one somewhat fresher set of tracks, however. So feel free to give me a scan roll to see what that might be associated with. I did finally find the rules on fatigue, by the way. You recover 1 point of fatigue for each prolonged rest taken in a safe and sheltered location. So.
Okay. So are we upping our fatigue back to 2 then, or are we just sticking with 0
Sure.
as a gift from our benevolent GM?
Have 0s as a gift from your benevolent GM for now.
Hooray! I'm going to abuse that goodwill.
Okay.
I'm rolling scan with advantage, 1 pip in it, but burning another hope point using inspiration from Keen-Eyed in order to get a total of 3d6.
Okay.
Voila.
All right. That looks like it does it. There's no 6s there, so. All right, cool. So on a successful scan, you are certain that these fresh set of tracks is from one or more hobbits.
That are not us?
That are not you.
Okay.
Okay. Inside the structure of Kingsworthy, you find no club inside. But over the mantelpiece, you see a large wooden plaque that bears the signs of having once been used to display a long object, as tall as a hobbit.
We've been out-burgled.
Yeah. You are welcome to give me a craft roll.
Anyone with higher than 1 pip, because I have 1 in craft.
I have 1.
I've got 1. It's not bolded though, so.
Same, and my target's 15.
Oh,
All right, go for it. Sadly, you just whack out the umbrella. See if it works.
Wait,
Can
what?
more than one of us roll?
Oh yeah, for sure.
all right.
Absolutely. Okay, so 20.
I
That
think I missed.
craft. Oh, it misses it by 1. Just barely.
Yeah.
Luna, on the other hand, gets an outstanding success.
Hell yeah.
All right. Something was mounted on the plaque and was removed. A wooden chair sits near the fireplace. In fact, that's quite obvious because you stood on that chair to get a closer look without thinking about it initially. And then you realize that somebody else must have used this chair to reach the spot above the mantle. And you see kind of drag marks through the dust and realize that whatever hobbits were in here before and recently dragged this chair over to get up here and grab something down. It seems that the club may have been stolen recently.
So it's on site for all additional Hobbit parties. Got it.
Apparently. Hobbit adventurers apparently aren't quite as rare as you thought they were.
What is this world coming to? Sometimes I worry, Bilbo, you may have started a disturbing trend.
Can Rory make an awareness roll to see where the tracks lead?
Absolutely. But you
Okay.
don't have to. Club-related emergency. Get to the club. But you don't need
Goodbye, me in
to.
the club.
Now that you're aware of the
grab
tracks
chair,
and you...
move over to its flag, pick up, stand on chair, grab club, get off of chair, put chair back.
They didn't bother.
At least they stole the club. At least they stole the club and not the cabin. So
Right?
the club did its work.
You are right.
So what you realize is now that you're aware that the tracks are there, they're clearly in a bit of a hurry. There was no effort at all made to disguise their tracks, and they seem to be rushing. And all right, you can give me hunting rolls in order to complete the successful track. You said you had said awareness. Let me see. Let me read you the awareness. Your readiness to react and the ability to notice something unexpected, out of the ordinary, or hard to detect. Okay, I will let you have an awareness roll since you asked. Anyone else may
Okay.
give me a hunting roll as you're tracking a quarry.
Hunting? Oh, that seems quite aggressive. I'm not going to do anything like that.
Thorn.
Content myself to just walk.
I am an excellent hunter.
All right, so checking the awareness roll. That's a success. Checking that hunting roll. Oh my goodness. Those
A
are
double
2
6 is
bonuses.
helpful.
Okay, yeah. All right, that is enough to get you there. Those count as additional successes. You spot a lean brown-haired hobbit up in front of you, bending over, watching the ground, desperately trying to do something. It looks like he's following hobbit tracks.
Are we all in a circle following each other? That would be
That's a great
quite
question.
interesting.
That would
Discover
be
a sense of
very Looney Tunes of us.
Now I'm picturing a group of hobbits doing the Scooby-Doo bit where they're all like running out of the different doors down the long hallway.
Wow.
thinking
instead
about
it's
that
bag
image.
end.
I was thinking about that image from Winnie the Pooh, where Winnie the Pooh and Piglet, I think it's Winnie the Pooh and Piglet, are following their own tracks around the tree thicket.
Oh my god. That's one of the
Never-
best.
Goodness.
Never a zero chance that could be.
Oh, not at all.
Well, let's ask him
Okay.
who or what he's tracking.
Hello.
I think that we all just stopped like 30 feet away from them and had this discussion out loud in front of them, just while staring at him.
Hello. I'm Mort. Trying to find my daughter. Mort Mudfoot. Sorry. At your service. I'm trying to track my daughter. I think she overheard you all talking about the Horror Club and came up here, and I've been trying to track and find her. This is not a good place for a child.
How old is she?
That is a great question. Oh, it's just a young lass.
How long's she been missing?
She headed up here yesterday, sometime afternoon, after you all were around talking about this.
Were any of the tracks that we saw indicative of a younger hobbit?
Yeah.
Okay. Were the tracks more than one young hobbit?
Hard to tell for sure. Actually, it was hard to tell before because of the situation. Now you can tell that what's going on is there are slightly larger hobbit tracks, sometimes obscuring slightly smaller hobbit tracks. You're not always getting footprints, though. Sometimes you're just getting, I don't know, broken twigs and things to follow that path.
Well, should we help look for her?
Please help. Yes, please help. She's my only child. I don't even want to go home and talk to my wife. She's going to become panicked. I don't think she knows she's missing yet. I rushed right out after her.
Is Rory able to ascertain how sincere this person is? Mort? Is that what his name was?
I mean, you are certain that he is being honest and sincere. Like there's no signs of him trying to deceive you at this point. Like he's legitimately tracking and is legitimately concerned.
Okay, well, Rory is inclined to help look for the girl since we were following the tracks anyway.
Yep, let's track her down.
Yes, we best move along before she gets herself into trouble. Well, more trouble.
Okay. So he is graciously accepts the help, and he starts reminiscing about stories about how adventurous she is, her love of the Bull stories, how she always dreams of exploring places, etc., etc.
Has she heard of Bilbo Baggins?
Oh, but of course. Everyone knows about Mad Baggins. It's heard from the sidelines. A big harumph and a proud smile. All right. You are in search. Okay. At this point in time, it's getting on night. It's clear and cool. A waxing moon and a veritable symphony of starlight offers some light as you continue trekking across the landscape, searching for the child. But this is no well-trodden road. The ground is uneven. Your foot can easily be caught in a hole. Your legs grow weary as you plod through the moss-covered terrain. A long yawn escapes your mouth as you fight off your own weight and your own eyelids, all while searching for signs of the wayward Hobbit lass. But even in this dim evening light, the growing concern is evident on Mort's drawn face. You haven't even stopped for meals. Just simply snacking on the road. Each of you gain 3 fatigue, but you can give me a travel roll to reduce that. And don't forget, you can spend hope on the travel roll as well if you desire.
Fair point.
Travel. Okay, this is a advantage. Does that work?
I'm
No, it
sorry.
doesn't.
What are we rolling?
Travel.
Okay.
Okay, so it's for mine. It is 10, which is a failure by 2.
It's a 10. That's a 10. That's a 6. That's a 4.
Oh, I just fail.
Wolf Mom.
Since this is about keeping on the course that we've set, and
Mhm.
one of my distinctive features is faithful, I'm going to spend a hope and get 2d6.
Love it.
Damn right.
I'd spend a hope, but mine is confidence, which just means the fact that I'd be incredibly confident about the wrong direction we're going into.
I'm just inquisitive and keen-eyed, so I can see that this is a bad idea.
I
That
did.
is a
Is that-
success.
Very good. Reduce your fatigue. So you would only gain 2 fatigue instead of 3. Okay.
Does that apply to everyone or just me?
Just you.
But the 3 fatigue goes to everyone. who
3
didn't
fatigue
reduce
to
it?
everyone. That is correct.
Got it.
All right. Now,
Yay.
there are 3 basic skills you may make from this point forward to try to track her down. You may try to explore, try to hunt, or try to scan.
I will go for a scan. Now, my question is, would that... I could make an argument for both inquisitive or keen-eyed.
Yep.
As far as inspiration.
Keen-eyed.
So, keen-eyed. All right,
Yep.
then I'm using that, which means I'm rolling 3d6 because I'm burning a point of hope again.
I am also listed as keen-eyed, so could I add a d6 to my hunting roll?
You could add 2.
You can add 2 if you spend a hope.
If you burn a hope.
Exactly. All right. With that scan, There is another set of tracks following Myrtle. They are large, booted footprints that do not belong to a hobbit.
Oh dear.
Okay. I would like to go ahead and spend that hope then.
Okay. So your hunting roll has an additional 2d6.
So that'll be a total of 4.
Sweet. Beautiful. 18. Okay. Myrtle's meandering tracks are not leading her back to Oatbarton. She is lost. Anyone else care to hunt, scan, or explore?
Try and explore.
Very good.
Not for exploring my traveling gear, but let's see.
Ha! Success with a bonus success. Okay. So
Hooray!
you are certain that Myrtle must have sought shelter somewhere in the wilderness, and so you look for a good shelter place, and you find the remnants of a camp, but one that is set up so skillfully it can't possibly be the work of a child. It has a small fire pit, hand dug, and ringed with stones. But now that you've identified the other set of tracks, following this set of tracks is very easy. And rushing quickly along those tracks, you eventually make out the silhouette of a wanderer just on the edge of your vision, always barely in sight. Someone needs to give me a riddle check.
Well, we know only one person that could be.
Well, I have 3, but no bold.
Are you advocating for Bilbo?
I've got 3, but bolded.
Well, no. We have one person who has any chance they have basically gotten to use their riddle skill to interrogate people.
I see.
But here there is a deliberate call for a riddle check.
Well, I'll defer to Primula, who has the bold.
Go for it.
I will, of course, take Paladin's assistance in this because he is obviously wildly intrigued in riddles.
Mort is additionally going to help, which gives you an extra die.
It's bolded. So do I get an extra die for Paladin and an extra die for Mort, or just one extra die total?
2 is fine. Wow.
It is going to be a 24-32.
Damn.
With 2 sixes.
On the 6.
You're being you're careful to keep the figure just at the edge of vision. You're being super quiet. You're following along, and it suddenly dawns on you. You're looking at the figure's stride, their woodcraft skill, how quickly they're able to track, and you realize they're staying in sight and visible to you on purpose. They're leading you. They know you're there.
They are aware of us. They just have other things that they're focused on.
Uh-huh.
Fascinating.
Uh-huh.
So they know they're at risk from an attack from behind with an umbrella.
Presumably.
Like if you want to look at it that way, Lobelia, yes.
Exactly. Oh, goodness. All right, we are about to get to the next section. So if it's okay, I'm going to take 2 minutes, pause the stream really quickly, and then come back to lead you into the next section.
Works for me.
Okay.
I need to go to the restroom.
All right.
Same.
Luna.
Haha.
It's not just my adventures that end in Sheldon.
We're live again. Hi, everyone. As we
Share your hottest takes.
welcome back as we enter into the last part of this adventure. Hours of pursuit mean that when you see the darker patch of bracken and heather ahead, the sky has started to turn from the deep blackness of night into the deep blue of the hours before dawn. You have followed Myrtle's tracks for miles now. You've little doubt that she came this way. As you get closer, you start noticing that the dark patch is not simply due to different vegetation. There are ancient stones jutting out of the ground, low, crumbling walls hinting that this was once a very different place. A fort or a town, maybe. Very few hobbits have seen this place, and as you take your first steps forward among the stones, stories of kings and armor-clad warriors fill your mind. Just as you and your fellow conspirators are about to explore the heather-covered ruins, a rumbling growl seems to rise from the ground itself. It's a bellowing, shout bearing some resemblance to human speech, echoing among the ancient stones. You then hear a high, panicked voice call out from nearby. Shoo! Shoo, you old troll! Go away! Go! Go! Breaking through a thicket of brambles, you see none other than Myrtle Mudfoot, who has scrambled up a ruined wall and is swinging a heavy wooden club at a massive creature, looking like the grotesque imitation of a large man. It's a stone troll. Between the two of them, leaning wearily against the wall, is the cloaked stranger, hood thrown back to reveal the rugged face of a man with gray eyes clutching a large, bleeding gash across his shoulder that has all but incapacitated him as he desperately tries to keep the monster from reaching the child. The troll is clearly angry, and does not seem to have noticed you and your companions. Myrtle, on the other hand, sees you and immediately cries out for help. Help! Help! Okay. How would you like to handle the troll? What is your approach? You're gonna come at it with a...
I'm going to hew at its leg.
I will use my best skill. We will be very polite to the troll. We will courteously ask it to move.
So are you going to ask it to leave, tell it to leave, trick it into leaving?
My guess, given the
distract it,
of the rest of the companions, that they are going to attempt to basically be brave, bold hobbits and charge at it screaming. So,
where is the troll in relation to Rory, and in what orientation? Is it facing toward Rory or away from Rory?
At the troll?
Yeah.
It's not really like the troll is looking at Myrtle, kind of stepping back a little bit from the man. He's not like he has his back to you or anything, but he's not looking at you. Maybe like sideways to you.
Okay, would I need a stealth roll to get behind it without it noticing me?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to roll
So,
that.
so your choices at this point basically are to engage in combat, to try to distract him, to try to trick him, to try to distract, trick, fight, or sneak and then fight. I mean, those are really kind of your basic options, but I'm open to anything you can come up with.
Hope springs eternal, so I'm going to try exploring my traveler's kit to see if there's anything in there.
Okay. Yes.
And I succeeded.
Sweet.
What matters?
What do you find?
An item of food I could tempt it with? What do trolls eat? Anything they can get, I suspect. Or maybe a rabbit.
Uh-huh.
Anything that doesn't move fast
I'm
enough.
hoping for something good.
You want a piece of food? Yes,
It would distract the troll, sure. That would be good.
Wait, is there a musical instrument in there? Oh. Yes, there's a musical instrument in your pack. Maybe he would favor a song.
All right. Do I get a +1 die on the song roll then, since I have a musical instrument now?
Sure.
Great. I'll take an extra d6. So I'll roll that. And I'm looking for 15 or more.
And that'll do it.
Yes.
20, Rory can go ahead and give me a stealth check. All right, you have successfully sung a song. The troll begins to hesitate and kind of look at your direction and pauses. That looks like it's a 14. Pulling up Rory's stealth.
My target is 13.
Perfect. That's a successful stealth. So you have swung around behind him while he is distracted.
As Ray arrives behind him, he'll draw his short sword, but does not strike as of yet.
Would anybody else like to engage in trickery prior to engaging in combat?
Maybe a riddle would be a good thing to try.
Yes, let's upset
Sure.
and confuse the already upset and confused troll.
You say that, and yeah, who would like to engage in a riddle? Bilbo will if nobody else does.
Go
Well,
for
since
it.
Paladin is singing, I will
Go ahead.
give it a go. Is 18, which beats the target number.
Yeah, that's a success. Very good. Anyone else?
I'm going to. Basically, it's up to you who you want. Basically, what you want me to roll on this.
Okay.
But basically, I'd like to say that I'm not active in hunting myself. I'm aware of the human tradition of hunting and hunting parties and things like that.
Mhm.
I want to attempt to imitate that and make it sound like there is a large party of hunting humans heading this direction, and maybe fire some multiple arrows just kind of arcing through the air.
Oh, okay.
If basically
I got you.
indicate to the troll that large amounts of reinforcements are heading its directions of the more human and well-armored variety.
Okay. You may give me awe.
Hoping
Be
for
probably
something
the
to happen.
best.
Just wait, maybe?
'Cause you're really trying to impress him with your scope or proficient. Like awe would be the best
Yeah.
option.
Persuade I have actual skill in.
I would give you hunting.
Still hoping for something I have skill in.
Let's see. All
I may
right,
have
hold
picked
on.
something that Drogo is unable to do, but I
I
figured that was
mean,
gonna be
if
a good
nothing
shot.
else, this is confidence. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, basically, this is very definite. Basically, I feel like it's close to something he would do. It's just the does he have any actual skill to pull it off?
Let's see. Persuade, man, persuades. It's really awe is the best here. Let me just since we're part of what we're doing is teaching people about the system. Awe is the capacity to evoke respect or wonderment, admiration, or even fear.
Fear,
Fine,
you say?
I'll roll it with confidence. Basically,
Yeah, roll it with confidence.
Which just means I roll a single d12 plus 2d6, I think it is, correct? Spending a hope point?
Yes, we'll spend a hope point. You gain 2d6. Roll the awe. Let me trying to think if there's anything else that you have.
Unless there is some other penalty that applies to not having the skill, or not having any pips in the skill, if there is a penalty for that.
No. There's no penalty at all. Oh,
Okay.
fine cloak and hat gives you as
It
awe.
just say awe next to it. I don't know what that means. It just says
So
awe.
then so what I've been doing is giving you a plus 1d6 for those. I believe that is what the equipment does, but for the life of me. Useful items. There it is. Useful items. Any tool, instrument, or device carried by player or hero to perform one or more specific tasks is a useful item. Useful items are listed. They determine if they give a player or hero an advantage, they are associated with a skill. If you're making a roll outside of combat using a skill associated with the useful item and the lore master deems that they should grant the hero advantage, the player or hero gains 1 die. Yeah, so you just gain a die. I was correct. So you get 3d6 plus your d12 roll. That's not bad.
So flashes of fine clothing through the woods, arrows whistling through the air. The sounds of a confident herald announcing the approach of a armed human troop, singing the songs that hunters sing on their basically as they search through the woods.
Yes, I love it.
That's a terrible roll on the D12, but well, at least a decent D6. However, it does not reach the 15 I would need. Because that D12 roll was absolutely terrible.
All right, that is unfortunate. It was a really good showing, and he pauses, he scratches his head. You try to confuse me. And then all right, you do try to confuse me. And he is going to attempt to attack the nearest hobbit. Who will he? You're the one he's looking at. The nearest hobbit is probably Myrtle, but he's kind of lost interest in Myrtle at the moment. And he is going to, I guess, rush forward to Drogo. Now we're going to try to do a fight. But before that happens, 20, you are going to be able to react. So, okay, combat really quickly. If you and your opponents are separated by some distance, the start of a fight, all combatants are allowed to make ranged attacks before combat. So any of you with ranged attack will be able to get those off. 20, Rory will be able to attack in close quarters because you had already snuck around behind. So we always begin with close quarters rounds. So 20, you will get to choose your stance. Second. I thought I put the stance cards in here, but maybe I did not. Apparently I did not actually get the stances loaded. That's fine. The stances are sort of not appearing on this page. Oh yeah, forward, open, and defensive. So forward means that you do an extra d6 with your attack, but your opponent gets an extra d6 to use against you. Open is just kind of a normal stance. Defensive means you lose a d6 to attack, but they lose a d6 to attack you. What stance would you like to choose for Rory? Advanced, open, or defensive?
Advanced or forward?
So forward, open, and defensive.
I will, in this case, do forward.
Okay.
And Rory is aiming at the Achilles tendon of the troll.
Okay.
With the slashing, attempting to hobble the damn thing.
Okay.
Okay, so that'll be... I have 2 in swords, so is that 1d12 plus 2d6?
Yes, but because you're forward, you get an extra d6, so you have 3d6.
Alright, so 1d12 plus 2d6 plus an extra d6.
Correct.
Here we go. What?
Ouch. That's bad. All right. That
That could only have been worse if it was a double one.
A big ol' miss. I'm sorry.
I'm so annoyed.
So very sorry. Any of you who have a ranged weapon may use that now.
Mark, you want to go first, or you want me to?
I'll take the shot as I. Well, okay. So do we make the same decisions?
Nope.
About...
You are in rearward.
Weapon.
You are in rearward stance, making a ranged attack.
Up until the troll punches me in the face, I am, yes.
Correct.
D12, 2d6. No advantage or disadvantage. Roll. Looking for 15. Got a 16.
With a bonus success. Okay.
That?
Okay. So that is a bow. So you have a couple of options. You may do a piercing. You can make this a pierce, or you can make this a heavy blow. A heavy blow, you would spend that success icon on the 6 to inflict to your adversary an additional loss of endurance equal to your strength rating. Or piercing is modify a feat die numerical result. Now that's not helpful. You don't need piercing. So check something here. Successful roll. Modify by the parry rating. Oh, that's right. 1 second. Is parry rating. You might need that.
Troll parries by arrow.
Parries by 1. So you need 1 higher than you would have otherwise needed, but that is still a success. So you do not need to pierce. You can use the heavy blow. So, pulling up the item of the bow. Oh, of course, the bow does not list its damage. Why would they have given me that on the equipment? Fortunately, for whatever reason, it was not in the description, but War gear cards. Ah, there we go. 1 second. I have cards in the PDF. That is bow. All right. Damage 3, injury 14, load 2. Okay. So the amount of damage you deal. You succeeded in the attack, even modified by their parry, so that's good. You made the success. You're able to deal the heavy blow. The total damage. Damage. Successful attack roll inflicts damage in the form of endurance loss based on the weapon used. So you do 3 damage, and because it's a heavy blow, it's plus your strength rating. So when you Drogo's strength rating, your strength rating is 3. So you would do a total of 6. So we're going to
Haha.
reduce the endurance by 6. Down to 28. Okay. All right, that is up to you, Wolf Mom.
So, D12 and 2d6. That unfortunately is less than my strength target number.
You can still
Just by 2.
You could have still spent a hope if you wanted.
Yeah, I've got plenty. So I'll just roll another d6. Son of a...
You needed
Okay.
a 2, didn't you?
I needed a 2.
Oh no. Okay.
So that 6 doesn't even... be out there, so...
Okay. That's unfortunate. All right. Well, y'all got in 1 good hit against the troll, who is now going to be able to close the distance at Drogo, who was also the only person that hit him.
We thought it was a boat that would end me, but apparently it's something the size of a boat.
So Drogo, you are now in close combat, and you are going to attack each other next round. Okay.
It's going to attack me, let's be honest here.
It's going to attack you. So you may, right now, at this moment, you are the only one in close quarters. Everyone else can make a decision. Anybody can close the distance and be in close quarters, or you can choose to remain in rearward stance and use a ranged weapon.
Lobelia's gonna have to come up close quarters because she doesn't have
Okay.
any ranged weapons other than throwing shit. However, I have a question.
Yes.
Hey DM. So I have an umbrella. I also have a walk. I see you. I see the way that you're holding your head already. I also have a walking stick.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So theoretically,
Uh-huh.
how big is this walking stick? Is it like I could dual wield an umbrella and a walking stick?
Dual wheel.
It's more of a two-handed situation.
Okay. Okay. All right. That's fair. That's fair. I'll allow it. Okay. Good to know. So I will make my decision when it comes to my turn in combat, but I'm definitely going to be closing the distance, and I just want to go home.
Okay. That's fair.
I also
All right.
have, so I will close the distance.
Okay. For both of you, are you going to be forward, open, or defensive stance?
I think I'm gonna be open.
Okay.
Gotta be forward.
Okay. Of course you are. Took.
Rory will also close from behind.
Okay. You gonna remain in forward stance?
Yeah.
Okay. Drogo, are you
Remain rearward.
gonna remain rearward? Okay. Primula, rearward. Drogo, are you gonna be forward, open, or defensive since you're being attacked?
Oh, very aggressively defensive. I'm cringing so hard over the fact that I'm about to be murdered by a troll.
All right. Bilbo is going to step up into open stance. All right. So forward stances go first. So Ben, why don't you roll for Paladin first?
Can I take an extra D6, a hope die?
Absolutely.
For being eager.
Actually, yeah, if you spend you're eager, you spend your hope, you get 2d6.
Okay, great. I'll need it. So I think it's 1d12 and 3d6 then I'm rolling.
Very good.
And my target number is 15. Here
Okay.
goes. Oh!
Are you kidding me right now? 4 6s?
Wow! Wow!
It's the red hair. He is lucky as shit.
Oh my god.
That's a tookie.
That's amazing. Okay, and that's with the
Holy
axe.
bucket.
That is with the axe. Okay.
Yes.
So the axe does 5 damage on its own. Allow me to look at this for a second. The axe gets a heavy blow or fend off. Okay. You have a couple choices.
Wait, I'm in forward stance, right? That means I
Yes.
get an extra d6.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You get one more d6. Shoot. Yeah, roll it. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Okay. So every one of those 6s, you have 4 6s you can spend in one of 2 ways. You can either spend it to add additional endurance loss equal to your strength rating. Okay. And so your strength rating is 3. So it would be up as much as 12 additional damage. Or you may use any one of those dice for an additional +2 parry modifier against the next attack aimed at you. Right now, the attacks are aimed at Drogo, although that could certainly change. So
Let's
do you want
take the damage.
All right, so
Let's
that
take the damage.
is 4 success dice times 3 strength is 12, plus the 5 damage from the axe is 17. So we're going to come in here to this character, Jack the Stone Troll, and do 17 points of damage from 28. That gives me 11 left.
Dear God.
Well done.
Here's the
Paladin
trick.
living up to his name.
Here's the trick.
Uh-huh.
He has an axe. Trolls are just particularly squishy trees at this point.
Uh-huh. Clearly. That was amazing. Anyone else in forward stance?
Yeah, that'd be me.
Okay, do it.
All right, so I have 1d12 plus 2d6, but I'd like to spend hope and get another d6.
Very good.
Okay. And I get 1 for being in forward stance, so that's 4d6. Here we go. I didn't get any of Ben's 6s. Ben rolled all the 6s.
That's all right. You got a 19. That is a success. And that is with which weapon? I'm sorry, the sword?
Short sword, yeah.
Short sword. All right, that is 3 damage.
Hiya!
Drops him down to 8. Okay. I believe that's it for our forward stances.
Oh, and to be clear, I was aiming again at his Achilles.
Yep.
All right.
Doesn't make him happy.
I bet. Turns out that I wasn't attempting to make him happy, so, you know.
Right? Okay, so I believe that takes us to Lobelia. You were in an open stance?
Right. I'm in an open stance.
Yep.
And let's see. Is it reasonable to expect that a two-handed walking stick would do more damage than the umbrella?
Yes.
Okay. Then, just in the interest of all of us not getting TPK'd, I am not going to use the umbrella for the bit.
Yep.
I'm going to, again, I'm gonna just, Lobelia walks up and she's dragging that walking stick behind her, like in any of those fucking Kill Bill movies with the sword,
totally.
just like going across, right? Lobelia is gonna aim for the kneecap.
Okay.
Because Lobelia wants to go home and sleep
Right.
in her own damn bed.
That's fair.
So, I am going to use that as a quote-unquote sword ability. Which is 2 points in that. Can I make an argument? No, probably not. So that is going to be 2d6 from swords, and do I take an additional 2 from strength, or
No.
how does that work?
No, the strength doesn't affect anything unless you're
Okay.
able to get a heavy blow.
Okay, cool. Then never mind that, but I am going to blow another point of hope
For an extra d6.
just to get myself 1 extra. So I think that's it, unless I can argue the ability to. I'm a tiny, angry hobbit, just like over everything.
Oh,
And
okay. Auto success.
I'm about to Gandalf this.
You Gandalf this. All right. You get a hit in. That is another 3 points of damage. Where
To the
did I put
kneecap.
him? Yep. He's not looking great.
The question
Drogo.
is, was it the same kneecap as the Achilles?
Could be, probably. If that's the one that's closest facing the group.
Right?
Sure.
Drogo, you get your attack in.
It's less of an attack and more of a panic swing with a sword after dropping the bow. And
That's fair.
right as something roaring down on him. But,
You are 1d6
he's
short.
seen the others strike at it, so he's got a chance. He knows that
Mhm.
apparently, basically, these things aren't as horrible as all the stories have told. They do bleed, apparently.
Yeah,
as
yeah, yeah.
evidenced.
And this one's bleeding a lot.
So that gives me a whole d6. However, I'm not going to be the one to make it bleed.
Nope.
I will flail the sword in front of me while frantically stepping back away from it.
Okay. Bilbo's going to jump in with Sting and make a stab at it. Oh, wow. That isn't going to do it. That's embarrassing.
Bilbo, I thought you were an adventurer.
Didn't you tell stories about some kind of sword, magical thing?
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Need some intervention from the Astari right about now.
Clearly. All right. That's unfortunate. The troll gets to go, and then it'll be time for Wolfmom. The troll has an attack. Where's the... Oh, crushed it. There it is. But is minus a d6 because is attacking somebody with defense. Okay. That's really bad. Let me double check one thing. That is, what is your parry rating? Parry score, actually.
He's going for Drogo still?
Yeah, 17.
17, yes.
All right. Double checking one thing really quickly. Make sure I get him correct. Oh, it is a favored attack roll. All right. Let's roll one more. So that makes that an 11. But that is still not going to cut it. That's unfortunate for him. 6, 12. All right. And then Wolfmom, you get to make your bow roll.
Okay. I'm going to... He is swinging things at my Drogo, and only I get to swing things at my Drogo.
Get him.
I'm going to spend a hope, angling for the 2d6 from Faithful.
Sure.
So 1d12. So that's going to be 26, which beats my 14.
Yep.
And there is a
even with his
6
parry.
in
There's
there.
a 6. You can burn that 6 to do a heavy blow, which adds your strength rating to the damage. So
Yeah, so I found this funny as we've been going through because everybody's been adding 3. Add 4.
Oh, that's funny. Okay.
So 3 plus 4, 7.
I also have 4.
4 for the
It's just it's
bow?
just us, Rory. I mean, we're just
Bro
Right.
and Sid.
So that's 3 from the bow, 4 from the strength. That's 7. Well, gee, would you look at that? He only has 5 left. And with that, with a well-placed shot from the bow, Primula drops the troll on the ground. Well done. Well done. That's really well done.
Nice shot, sister.
Didn't even have to wait for dawn.
Lobelia is just in the background with her umbrella, just like beating the troll as hard as she can, even though he's already on the ground.
Myrtle shrieks and rushes up to her father and gives him a big hug. The man slowly hobbles over. Very well done, taking on a troll. I am incredibly impressed. He's holding his side as he is clearly bleeding.
Oh, we should probably do something about that.
Go ahead, Ben. Or was that
Which-
Wolfmom?
It's Teresa.
That's
Sorry.
me.
Go ahead.
What's your healing at? 20.
I've got 1 pip.
I've got 2. It's
Go
not
for it.
favored, but it's there. See what I can do since he was helping. At this point, I might as well just spend another hope to get another d6. Darn it.
Nice.
That's bad.
Oh,
That's
that's
not
an
nice.
11.
Yep.
Front row.
Oh no, did you make him worse?
Or it may be worse than I can do anything about.
See here. Wounds.
If I roll, can I assist in that?
Nope.
Or does anyone else have a good healing rating? Because I
Here's
only have
who's-
1 pip unfavored.
Nope. Too late for that. Players.
Oh god. Did we make an
So the number. So basically, what happens is you look at his wounds, grab some herbs, make a lovely poultice, apply it. It looks fantastic. You may or may not have missed the poison ivy in and amongst the herbs you applied.
No.
He'll figure it out sometime tomorrow. You don't notice right away, and that's the thing about the failed healing rolls. So the way it works is a successful healing roll reduces the time required to recover by 1 day, plus 1 day for each 6 you roll. He's not actually any worse off, just the problem with a failed roll is you think you're going to get better faster and you don't. That's really the danger of it, because you don't really know that it wasn't successful. But you've at least dressed the wound. He's not bleeding all over the place. And you have recovered Myrtle and reunited her with her father as requested. You have defeated a stone troll, which is amazing. All right.
Lobelia is still continuing to beat it with the umbrella while all of this is going on.
Rory walks up to Lobelia and says, "Stop. We can go home after this. It's okay."
Panting, shoulders heaving up and down, Lobelia says, "Home? Sounds like a wonderful idea," and is led away.
I'm going
At
to
this-
name this Lucky Eggs. Troll Hewer.
Nice. I love it. At this point, the man in the cloak, having received some first aid, he throws back his hood and reveals himself. He has long gray-brown hair and a bright, steely eyes. He smiles through the pain of his wound. "It is not often that I find myself needing protection. Less often that it should come in the form of you little wondrous folk. It would seem I still have much to learn. My name is Halbarad, and I am a ranger. Although that title may not tell you much, suffice it to know that I, like yourselves, was searching for young Myrtle for 2 reasons. First, for fear that she might find true danger. Second, because she took something I was meant to guard. I certainly didn't expect a burglar like Myrtle, and she fooled me. What Myrtle took from Kingsworthy is indeed a rare relic, a token of an ancient past best forgotten. It was hidden in plain sight and has remained safe for a long time until today, but now, I think, I have found someone truly worthy of its safekeeping. I think that if you have it, it may be in better hands than mine. He chuckles softly and his hard eyes brighten a bit. Now, if you would be so kind as to see the Mudfoots home, I am certain they have a fine meal waiting for them. I have wounds to recover, but I hope this will not be our last meeting. He turns without waiting for a reply. In a matter of seconds, the shadows of the heath swallow him up as if he were one of their own, and he is gone. At this,
Back, I love you.
I love it because he's gone.
Wow, Mark.
Wow, goodness. Nice.
Bro.
Why you gotta stab me like that?
You follow Mort and Myrtle back to Oak Barton, where you are introduced to Mort's wife, Marigold. She chastises him as only a worried wife can, but prepares a grand feast for all of you as a big thank you. You eat a fine meal and have a nice long sleep before beginning your journey back to Bag End with the Club of the Bull Roarer hidden among your gear. To your surprise, at least presumably, as you come up the lane of Bagshot Row, there is a dwarf in a red hood peeking into the window of Bag End. Bilbo, you old rascal! You told me to drop by for tea any time, and here I am. The dwarf pauses with a grin and collects himself before offering a polite smile. Forgive my exuberance. Balin, son of Fundin, at your service. With a bow, he casts a knowing smile at Bilbo. What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into this time, my little burglar? And that is the end of this section of the adventure, and a good place for us to quit. There is another third section in the starting adventure, in the starting pack from the One Ring. What'd y'all think?
This
Quite a
is
beefy
fun.
adventure.
Lots of fun.
Lots of RP, which is fun.
Nice.
Enjoyed it.
Very cool. I'm
Yeah,
happy. Yeah, I really like the system. It's lightweight, and in a lot of ways, like there's a lot more detail in the main book. You get into a lot more types of RP scenarios. You have overland journeying as a major part of the component. You have the ability to have councils. You have a lot of those types of interactions that I think are enjoyable. The combat system itself is fairly simple and straightforward. There's no need for a battle map. It's very, very simple. There's a much less. It's not like one of the gritty systems like D&D or Pathfinder where you have all these different knobs to turn throughout the course of a combat. It happens pretty quick and straightforward. But it does tend to be RP focused. There's a lot of times you can just do things without having to worry about a roll. A lot of ways to try to improve your odds on rolls, and as you proceed, you start to gain abilities and things and level up. So for example, Bilbo has some additional virtues and that can add benefits. You start to get more skills, so you're rolling more d6s as you do things, right? So you level up between every single session. You basically gain a few points to apply towards new things. And so rather than needing to gain specific experience or whatever, after every session, you gain some things and you use that to level up a little bit more. There's no leveling, there's no big progression, just a nice linear progression that happens from session to session with a good RP-focused adventure. So I like it. I think it's a lot of fun. And I'm glad you all had fun today.
Hashtag not sponsored, but I'm not at all surprised to find out that this is by Free League, because I find that I really, really like Free League's treatment of things.
Yeah, and like the first edition was also really, really good. The why am I blanking? Francisco's did a wonderful job with the material with the first edition, but this second edition by the Free League, in my opinion, is far better, and the starting box, the starter set, does a fantastic job of making it easy to get into the system, because it's a reduced rule set to get started, so you'll learn the basics. The adventure is nice, the characters are great, and then like I have the full book. It gets you into a lot more detail, and you can kind of start slowly. It's very, very well written and set up. It's still compatible with any of the source material you might have gotten from the first edition. So that's good. One of the things that's worth pointing out is that the One Ring RPG is the same setting as this is the Lord of the Rings 5e. What is it called? It's literally the Lord of the Rings role playing, also by Free League. Lord of the Rings role playing is the 5th edition rule set applied to this setting. Personally, I like the One Ring better. I like the system for it. I think it works well with the material, and that's more my speed. But if you really want some of the 5e details and grittiness, and you're familiar with that system, and that's how you want to run it, you can totally run 5e by going the Lord of the Rings role-playing route instead of the One Ring route. Same publisher, same basic material. Awesome. Well, thanks, everybody. This is a perfect time to wrap up. Again, thanks to everybody that showed up today. Thank you for hanging out for our fun adventures. We are Lorelink and friends. I want to specifically thank Wolf Mom and Ben for joining the team today. It's really great to have you here. Everything that you saw down below or to the side down there, that's all Lorelink. I had all the planning and everything done in there. So we had the characters, we had the creatures, everything set up there and ready to go. I made it a lot easier for me to just kind of click around and find things, as opposed to scrolling through PDFs and everything. So we are Lorelink. This is what we do. We do a lot of game streams. We build the Lorelink campaign management software, which is what I use to prep and run this campaign. And I am going to be running this again live at Gen Con in just a few weeks, so I'm looking forward to doing that. If you happen to be at Gen Con, do sign up for one of the 3 role-playing games I'm going to be running. I'm going to run one instance of this and 2 of Pendragon, and then Mark and I are going to be running a workshop for GMs. So do check that out if you happen to be at Gen Con. And as always, come join our stream next Tuesday if you would like to come back. Give us a follow here or on YouTube or Twitch, or on Blue Sky. And with that, thanks. Have a great weekend.